All right. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Adrienne Roberts Larson. I'm the Chief Deputy Executive Director for the Department of Taxation. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the State Board of Equalization. It is 9 a.m. on June 4th, 2026 in Reno, Nevada, and this is the time and place scheduled. The meeting has been properly noticed in compliance with Nevada open meeting law. Joining me in the Reno meeting location are department staff, including Carrie Skalsky, who is our Management Analyst 3, Denise Mosley, Program Officer 2, and Matthew, I'm going to butcher it, you know that, Stelmatchik, Program Officer 1. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Good morning. This is Denise Mosley for the record. Chairman Bancroft. Member Burke. Here. Member Cadwell.
Here.
Member Ora.
Here.
We have a quorum here.
My turn. Thank you. My name is Paul Bancroft. I'm the chairman of the State Board of Equalization. This is the meeting notice for June 4th. And we have the four current board members are here with me. On the far right is Kevin Orrock. On my left are Curtis Cadwell and Corinne Burke. Together, the four of us are the current members of the state board. On my immediate right is Dana Cook, Deputy Attorney General. He's here to advise the board on any legal matters. Can you please read the public comment language?
This is Denise Mosley for the record. Persons wishing to provide public comment remotely may access the meeting by using the telephone numbers and meeting ID posted on the agenda. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments based on viewpoint will not be restricted. Public comment will be available at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the agenda. At the discretion of the chairman, additional public comment may be heard when that item is reached. The chairman may allow additional time to be given to a speaker as time allows at his sole discretion. NRS 241.020 and NRS 241.030. Is there anyone in Reno who would like to make public comment? Chairman, we have public comment.
Here we go. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chris Sarman for the record, Washington County Assessor. I'm speaking this morning, just to express my concerns regarding the precedent. I think that was established by this board last September under case number 25-152. In that vote, that ruling, that decision, this board concluded that lease assets labeled as CAT equipment held by Empire Southwest was exempt. This was done despite evidence that some of this equipment was generating rental income. Nevada law has long recognized a few of the very distinguishing concepts. One, unless exempt, all property is subject to taxation. Two, that assets leased for profit or as part of a business venture, that it's different from inventory held for sale. Moreover, NRS 361, I feel like this is. Moreover, NRS 361-159 specifically provides that if exempt property is leased and or used for profit, that a taxable interest exists. I think you guys had that discussion. And finally, fairness and equitability. We all know that everything is for sale at any given time for the right price. In this case, we have a for-profit business, leases equipment for profit, from a company to use equipment for profit, and that's now exempt. I'm unfamiliar with a company that has a model that says, hey, we have equipment, it's for sale at any time for the right price, whether we lease it or not. And so I believe that this board gave a company an economic advantage by doing that. And it created, in effect, inequitability through that decision. I bring that up today because Southwest has some additional hearings with regards to the same concerns and connections tied to that case. In closing, I believe that inventory held for sale is different than inventory held for lease. I don't believe that inventory is defined by law. It could be both depending on the day. It's either acquired with the intent to sell it, and then sold, or it is acquired, used as a lease intermittently, and then sold, and that's different. This board put substantial weight to an earlier advisory opinion, but today a new advisory opinion exists. I respectfully ask this board, consider that new opinion as it did last hearing. And I firmly believe that equipment held for sale, but sometimes lease is taxable. So I'll end with that. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I think that unfortunately that decision has put a lot of burden on not just my office, but Elko and Humboldt as well. And you'll see that through their testimony and hearing evidence that's been presented. So anyways, I just ask you respectfully to consider that new advisory opinion in that decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarman.
Do we have anyone else in Reno wishing to make public comment? Is there anyone on Zoom? If there is, please raise your hand. And if there is anyone on the phone that would like to make public comment, please dial *9 and you will be placed in the queue. Chairman Bancroft, we do not have any more public comment.
Thank you. Chief Deputy Robert Larson, would you read the rules for hearings and administer the oath to those testifying today?
Yes, thank you. For the record, this is Chief Deputy Robert Larson. Pursuant to NAC 361.686, subsection 3, a person appearing in a proceeding shall conform to the recognized standards of ethical and courteous conduct. State Board of Equalization recognizes the following rules for hearing. Do not speak unless you have permission of the chairman. When the chairman gives you permission to speak, speak only to the members of the state board, not to anyone else. Do not talk when members of the state board are talking. Do not interrupt anyone. Do not speak, make noise, or gesture with your body when someone else is speaking. Do not argue with the chairman, state board members, or the parties to the hearing. Do not speak down to, demean, or harass anyone in the proceeding or any meeting. Do not raise your voice or act in a hostile or aggressive manner. If you want to move from behind the table, ask the chairman for permission to do so. Handouts such as evidence must be handed to the state board coordinator for delivery to the state board members. We have a court reporter attending on Zoom who is transcribing the proceedings. Please identify yourself each time you speak. Speak clearly and slowly so we may have an accurate record. For those testifying today, would you please stand and raise your right hand to take the oath? Do you hereby swear that your testimony during these proceedings will be truthful? If so, say I do. You may be seated. Agenda item 4 is provided as an agenda item for possible action on the 2026-2027 and 2025-2026 secured tax roll and the 2025-2026 unsecured roll. This item pertains to appeals filed with the State Board of Equalization for action of the County Board of Equalization pursuant to NRS 361.360. NRS 361.400. The value of real or personal property is being appealed. The petitioner has agreed to the action of the county board or the failure of the county board to equalize, resulting in overvaluation of property or undervaluation or non-assessment of other property. State Board case number 26-110 relates to commercial property located at 7490 North Virginia Street, Reno, Nevada, Washoe County, APN 082-492-02. Property owners Joy Panacaro and Joe Panacaro filed this petition on the Washoe County Board of Equalization action for tax years 2026 to 2027 on the secured roll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Would the parties in case 26-110 please come up to the table? Who will be speaking on behalf of the petitioner?
I will Joe Panacaro.
Thank you.
PANICARO.
And who will be speaking on behalf of Washoe County.
My name's Shannon Scott with the Washoe County Assessor's Office.
Mr. Panicaro, could you please present your case? Oh, no, before we move on. Do you have something there for us?
No, I just want to lay out my material.
Yes, go ahead. There were, in the reply brief, there was some discussion regarding Mr. Panicaro's conversation with Michael Payne, as well as a copy of an email and some a printout regarding the RTC North Valley's street project. Technically, would be considered new evidence. Is there any objection to having it admitted?
Procedurally, it is new evidence, not at the county board. So for that reason, I would object. However, I don't feel that it harms entering into, or it doesn't harm anything. We did discuss the landlock issue. at the
Yes.
board, so it's
And-
in relationship to.
And there was that comment by one of the Washoe County board members that might have been off base.
Correct.
Do we have would somebody please make a motion to accept that new evidence?
Corey Burke, for the record, I make a motion to accept the new evidence in this case.
Curtis Cadwell, second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Mr. Panicaro, are you ready?
Yeah, do we have a timer I can watch?
Ms. Skolsky over here will monitor the time And-
It's
and but you get 15 minutes, but don't feel like you have to use up the entire time. Try to be concise. Let us know what your issues are. Thank you.
And actually, there are so many errors that I'm not gonna get through in 15 minutes. That's why I never breeze. Hopefully they were read. Okay, the Panicaro parcel is not located on prime footage on North Virginia Street. Junior appraiser Wiley and his senior appraiser Scott attempt to portray. Rather, it's located off the main drag, in the CD area of Reno, 2 miles north, Washoe County Jail. Parcel has no landscaping, curb, gutter, sidewalk, or street parking. The parcel is a small one, 3rd acre in size. The no frills masonry block building holding 3,150 feet. The property's asphalt has never been replaced, has cracks and holes visible throughout. The building was constructed in 1981 and categorized as a Class C, low-quality 406 storage warehouse. The typical life, the low-quality Class C building is 40 years. The 45-year-old building has a concrete slab floor, space heater, unfinished interior. During storms, rain permeates, block walls, and water leaks into the building from underneath its doors. The building had graffiti paint on it, and its metal doors damaged when thieves attempted to break in or rob the place. The building has bars on the windows. It's rented on a month-to-month basis to a single tenant who admittedly has credit problems. Over the course of time, Panicaro parcel was given a 25% reduction for access, 25% reduction for topography. The access reduction has since been eliminated altogether, while the topography reduction has been diminished to near 10% with no plausible explanation. Remarkably, records on file in Washoe County shows there's a right-of-way running parallel between North Virginia and the front line of the Panicaro parcel, where my parcel is accessed. According to the topography map in Washoe County, the front property line of the Panicaro parcel sits at an elevation of 5,194 feet, whereas a portion of North Virginia Street running parallel below it sits at an elevation of 5,182 feet, a 12-foot drop. According to junior appraiser Wiley, there is actually 14-foot drop in elevation. Photo taken by the city shows a dramatic drop in elevation between North Virginia Street level and a storage trailer is above, sitting at the edge of Panacarroll property line. The land with sage rush appearing on the bank in front of trailers is the city's right of way. Should the city decide to cut into the bank to widen North Virginia Street, the driveway leading to the Panacarroll parcel will be cut off from the street, severed at a level high above it, leaving the property inaccessible to vehicular traffic. As it currently stands, Panacarroll property is on a plateau high above North Virginia Street. Oh, I stand corrected. According to Junior Appraiser Wiley, the Panacarroll property currently has an 18-foot fall to the roadway. According to Reno engineer Todd Landry, commercial driveways cannot exceed 10% slope, as shown on city driveway apron construction standard. When I informed Landry the right away, he opined this is a problem which would devalue the property worth. According to appraisal publication, landlocked property is conservatively given from 80 to 85% discount in value. And you will see where the appraiser's office or the assessor's office has never rebutted that. NRS 361.2271A1 mandates that when determining taxable value of land, it shall be appraised by considering any legal or physical restrictions upon the land used. Junior Appraiser Wiley has again failed to abide by statutory mandates and refusing to make adjustments to the landlocked issue. Both Deputy District Attorney Kurt Kaplan and Chair Darren McDonald acknowledged during the hearing that Panacarroll property could become landlocked. Should Panacarroll property be put up for sale, NRS 113.130 and NRS 645.252 obligate both realtor and seller to disclose all known material adverse facts regarding a property's condition, including those that adversely affect the value or use of property. Thus, the right-of-way and landlocked issues would have to be disclosed. This would dissuade any buyer from purchasing the Panacarroll property. At hearing on February 25, 2026, Senior Appraiser Scott did not specifically address the landlocked issue at all. They talk about new evidence. Yeah, let's talk about that. What she's bringing up now is new evidence. After awarding the issue in a presentation and hearing, Scott addressed it. When questioned by the board chair, according to the minutes, Chair McDonald asked whether Ms. Scott knew if the city of Reno had begun to act on widening North Virginia, which she confirmed they had not. She stated she was unaware of any immediate plans to widen the road and explained that if such actions were ever taken, it would be a factor the assessor's office would consider at that time. Time is now. Prior to the board voting on the matter, board member Robert Listener stated, according to minutes, he had reviewed RTC's plan regarding North Virginia. He reported RTC currently estimated that their organization might have the money to improve North Virginia through a potential 2040 expansion of 4 lanes, which is 14 years in the future. We know that such projects tended to be delayed until the issue became a crisis, which he opined was not the current state of North Virginia Street. However, the information Mr. Listener disseminated was dead wrong. In a recent conversation with the RTC property agent Michelle Payne, I learned that the widening of North Virginia Street is currently in the planning stages at RTC, with the full extent of the project being discussed over the next several months. The Panacarroll parcel is indeed within the widening zone. According to RTC's latest news, the project design will continue through spring 2026. Under project description, it stated the widening of North Virginia from Panther Drive to Stead Boulevard is in response to escalating traffic demands with the goal to create a safer roadway that will include 2 lanes in each direction and to alleviate the current congestion on North Virginia Street. Under financial information, it stated the total project estimate is $98,901,490.37, and that funding will come from RTC fuel tax. The other issue, vacant land next door, the comp that I pointed out, sold for $3.15 a square foot, whereas the Panacaro land is appraised at $6.50 a square foot. When meeting with Assessor Chris Sarman, Junior Appraiser Wiley, and Supervisor Scott on February 2nd, 2026, I presented a grant bargain sale deed along with a state of Nevada declaration of value showing the neighboring parcel APN 082-49201 was sold in July 2024 for a total of $54,000. The purchase was an arm's length transaction. The parcel is 17,163 square feet or 0.394 acres in size, similar to the Panacaro parcel size. Mr. Simon, Mr. Wiley, and Ms. Scott then scrambled into defense mode, declaring they would seek adjustments that would ultimately raise the land value of the neighboring parcel equivalent to that of the Panacaro parcel. Mr. Wiley would address the letter to me, in which he stated this parcel was sold on 7/29/2024 for $54,000 and was deemed a questionable sale. The seller felt it was worth more. The low sales price is indicative of no access. While the total parcel size is 17,163 square feet, the unusable area is estimated to be 11,663 square feet. This results in a $4.63 price per square foot. Our opinion that the lack of access would account for an additional 25% adjustment, resulting in an adjustment price per square foot of $6.17. However, given an additional 25% adjustment, the parcel next door would be priced at $5.75 a square foot, not $6.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
The declaration of value signed under penalty of perjury by the seller James Allen states that the property has a total value of $54,000. NRS 375.110 makes it a crime for falsifying value of property. Mr. Wiley failed to introduce any written statement from the seller. The only statement which appears in the record is one made by Allen under penalty of perjury. NAC 361.11862D instructs the county assessor to review declarations of value when determining the accuracy of sales data in assessing whether the sales price of a comparable property is representative of the full cash value of the subject property. Although Mr. Wiley states the unusable area is estimated to be 11,663 square feet, he failed to state why the remaining 5,500 square feet is unusable or how he even arrived at the estimated amount. The parcel's appraisal record makes no mention of unusable property. The parcel's appraisal record shows the property is being taxed for its entire 17,163 square feet. Although Mr. Wiley states the parcel has no access, this is not mentioned in the appraisal record either. A recent photo taken of the parcel shows it to be relatively flat, with a dirt road cutting through the property and connecting North Virginia with no change in elevation at its point of intersection, unlike the Panacaro property. Stark Accelerated Commercial Real Estate has listed the parcel for lease build to suit. There's no mention in either listing appearing on showcase.com or loopnet.com that the property has any usage or access problems. On February 10, 2026, I spoke personally with the leasing agent, Adam Carlson from Stark. Carlson was unaware of any usage or access problems. Pursuant to NRS 113-130 and 645-252, realtors and sellers have a statutory duty to disclose all known adverse facts regarding a property's condition, including those that adversely affect the value or use of property. The listings have photos showing the property to be relatively flat with a dirt road traversing it. The listings include a site plan with a proposed 4,995 square foot building, large area with fixed parking spaces and driveway connected to North Virginia Street. Parcel map 906 shows the Panacaro parcel, parcel A, and the neighboring parcel, parcel B, separated by a public drainage easement. As clearly shown on map 906, parcel B has access to North Virginia, just like parcel A. And you'll see that that was attached as exhibit B to my reply, but you'll also see, and that it just has a better, more readable version. But it was previously submitted under SBE page 43. And how much time do I have? 1 minute, 32 seconds. Now, when we get into the assessor and all these comp sales they came up with, well, appraisal publications dictate that when you're looking at comparables, especially when it comes to land, there's a differential. The property that's being compared should not be any more or any less than 25% difference in size. And if you look at their comps that they came up, my parcel is a 1/3 acre. They come up with so-called comp sales anywhere from 2.7 acres to 208 acres. These are not comps. They come up with a so-called comp that has water rights. My comp doesn't have water rights. When you're looking at comparables, you look for property that's similar age, similar characteristics, neighborhood. You look at zoning. There's a number of factors, amenities. Okay, a lot of these, well, all of them, except for my comp, they're in different neighborhoods, different tax districts. They even have plots that are in a different city. Sparks, Nevada. My property's in Reno, Nevada. So, and all of this was thoroughly detailed in my briefs. And when it comes to their income approach, the valuation, they basically said that it's flawed.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
they give it
Panacaro.
no
That's
weight.
time.
Thank you, Mr. Panacaro.
Thank you.
Ms. Scott?
Thank you, Chairman. Shannon Scott with the Washoe County Assessor's Office for the record. Has the board had time to review our summary response?
Yes.
In it, it kind of addresses all of the issues that Mr. Panacaro has brought up and our opinion of the issue. So with that, we believe this parcel has been valued fairly, and we stand on our county board packet and a testimony. Regarding the landlocked matter, the parcel is not currently landlocked. It has direct access to North Virginia Street through the right of way and is a fully functional industrial use property and has been that way for 45 years. As stated in our county board testimony, we will address that issue in the future when it becomes necessary as plans are approved. Does the board have any questions? I can help with them.
Mr. Panacaro has identified his neighboring property as a comparable. And you've listed that as your number 5 comparable. But you've questioned it as a transaction. What research did you do to
Correct. So we
verify that comp?
So we send out sales verification letters and make phone calls to the buyers if we can get a hold of them. And in this case, we got a hold of the seller. The property was not listed, so it wasn't a true market transaction. And he stated to one of our appraisers that he was just trying to get rid of the property so that he could stop having to pay the taxes on it. And he didn't feel that it was a good market transaction. So overall, it's not a good. In addition, the parcel that sold, that price per square foot is reflective of a raw parcel of land with severe topography, which this parcel has. In comparison to Mr. Panacaro's property, where it is a fully graded site being used pretty much in its entirety. So we're not comparing apples to apples. And
It appeared, and I may be wrong, that the buyer in this transaction owns the neighboring parcel. And they
correct,
were, does that neighboring parcel have access to North Virginia?
correct. So the parcel that sold does not have access because of the elevation. But the parcel in between those two parcels that is, the adjoining or the next door neighbor, Mr. Pennetero's parcel. The access is already, our grading has already begun, and then the access to the parcel in question will be through the next door parcel. If that makes sense. I can pull it up on a map.
Well, it's the parcel behind.
But they own the parcel behind it, but they also own, there's Mr. Panic-Rose parcel, and then there's almost like an L-shaped parcel. It's the parcel right next door, and then there's the parcel next to it, and that is the parcel that's sold.
Mhm.
So access from North Virginia is gonna be from the parcel in between Mr. Panic-Rose parcel and the parcel that's sold. And that's depicted in that Stark map that Mr. Panic-Rose.
Can you point us to the page?
I can point you to things you want.
That would be fine.
If you want to go to the reply, the better, more readable version is under Exhibit B, the plot plan. And you'll see what she's talking about is actually a public access and drainage easement. You can't build over those things.
So what's the page number?
It would be Exhibit B to my reply. And I believe there is a less readable version at SDE 43. But the more readable version is under Exhibit B to my reply. The plot, the one that sold is parcel B. My property is parcel A.
I'm looking,
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Panican.
looking for that in the packet, so I can give you a page number.
Well, I've got a page, I'm looking at the exhibit he referred to,
Okay,
which is the exhibit B to his reply. And on there is a parcel B is the parcel he's looked at as his comp. And it's my understanding the adjoining parcel D is held by the same owner.
just trying to get to that page. I believe I know what you're referring to, and yes. So if you go to SDE page 48, it shows one imagery of the parcels.
Yes.
So,
So when you speak of a L-shaped parcel, is that parcel
it,
0824925?
correct,
And so you're suggesting that the access will come,
from North Virginia through that parcel into what's currently being graded on the parcel that's sold.
and you've mentioned that this parcel, the 0824920 parcel has been given has a topography, both a topography and access issue.
Correct.
But you've described the access issue as an embankment that prevents direct access to North Virginia.
Correct. So,
So isn't the access issue and the topography issue the same?
so kind of, because the topography is the way that it is, it makes access to this parcel difficult. Which is why the owners acquired, they already had parcel 05. They acquired 01, they're building, or they have plans to build an industrial property on 01. And if you look at, SBD page 64, you can kind of see, that the big plan for the road to come up. And where you see that dashed line, kind of where the 40 is, that is parcel 05. And then the subject parcel is the one. So you can see that it comes up and then goes over.
Yes. In terms of the right-of-way issue, I understand that, you know, Minister Panacaro has argued that the presence of this right-of-way, if utilized by the city, will create a landlocked issue because it will cut into the embankment and he won't be able to use his existing driveway. It will be too steep. I understand that does not make his property currently landlocked, but the specter of it potentially becoming landlocked is something that I think a buyer in the market would take into consideration in their evaluation of whether or not to buy this property. You know, during their due diligence, they'd go to the city and they'd say, what are the plans for North Virginia Street? Is it going to be widened? How is it going to affect this property? So I think that the specter of that possibility does create a damper on the value of the property, which should be what are your thoughts on that?
So the right to reasonable access to a public road is sometimes referred to as abutters rights. Cities can regulate safety concerns like where a driveway goes, but they cannot eliminate access entirely without triggering legal consequences. If a city project or right-of-way acquisition genuinely cuts off a route to a public road, it usually triggers one of two legal consequences, one of which is eminent domain. Another would be an easement of necessity where they would have to broker, they have to create legal access for them, whether that be through a neighboring parcel or through the project, like through the street right. So again, we feel that this issue, if it were ever to become, if plans were ever approved, we would adjust at that time.
Thank you. I'm kind of dominating questions. Does anybody else want to? Yeah, you know, and Ms. Scott, I appreciate your approaching this with the understanding that we've read the materials. We've gone through it and allowing us now to ask questions. Thank you.
Corey Berg for the record. Mr. Panacaro, on your new evidence, page 16, and the latest news, it says, if your property is impacted, the RTC will be reaching out to you. Have they contacted you?
When I spoke with Michelle Payne, he said we will be giving a hold of this within the next.
Curtis Cadwell for the record. So I'm not familiar with eminent domain laws, but let's say that they do build the road and the property value is diminished. I mean, what do they pay based on? Do they pay based on what it's worth at that point, or do they pay what it's based on prior to prior to the road widening?
You asked me. I guess.
I believe it's still Ms.
Okay.
Scott's time. You know,
Yes.
are you continuing to time this or are you?
I am, but I have paused it when the members are asking questions.
Oh, well, why don't you go ahead and do the question? We have to give Mr. Pancaro time for rebuttal after that. And then go to general questions.
Okay, so I hope I can help answer it. So eminent domain, under the Fifth Amendment, the government cannot take property for public use without just compensation. So presumably appraisal will be done and fair market value will be paid.
Prior to the issue though, right? I mean,
Yes.
if you did it after the road's in there, it's gonna be,
You
Worth
can't value a property and then
okay,
I would presumably.
thank you.
Ms. Scott, did you have anything else?
If the board doesn't have any other questions.
Well, we
then,
might have questions, but I want to give Mr. Panicaro his time for a reply
uh,
before the board gets into general.
no,
questions.
Nothing else.
Go ahead, Mr. Panicaro.
And you made a good point, Mr. Chair, about disclosure. I have to disclose any potential buy, the right of way, and the landlocked issue. This way it's, you gotta do it
Mhm.
by statute, by law.
Mhm.
Okay, gotta do it. Can't get around it. It is an issue now. Okay, and I presented that evidence. It is an issue now. And the other board member, heard it.
Cadwell.
Right, is it? Mr. Cartwright, you asked
Cadwell.
about purchasing property and Ms. Scott mentioned eminent domain. All of that eminent domain would cost us money to hire attorneys, go to court, get it appraised. But more importantly, if you look at the, I believe it was the exhibit A that I gave you about the news on RTC's widening. It says offers will soon be made to purchase right of way, which means that little portion of my driveway. That's it. They're not gonna make an offer for the property. Okay, it's just that right of way. It's right there in plain language. So, no, they're not gonna offer me anything for the property. And once they widen the road, we only have like about 27 foot run from the parking pad to where that street will be widened. And you've got like a 12-foot draw or more. That's a 41% grade. City code says no more than 10%. Okay, that's your only access. Now, getting back to what she's saying about access to the other parcel with my pump. No, you look at exhibit B that I gave you, attached to the reply. That's the plot line right there. You can see right now, there's access to North Virginia Street. You don't have to go through that, and it's a drainage and access easement. And those typically, city does not allow you to build on, okay? So why would you even do that? You've got access directly to North Virginia Street, just like I do. Okay, yeah, you gotta go through the right of way, but if you look at all these pictures, especially with the listings from LoopNet and the other listing from Star, they have photos. I mean, that lot, it is flat where it intersects Virginia Street. So, and then if you look at their, you look at their listings too, and it will say, and let me get you the number of that. It's SD 68 and Scott referred to. If you look at that, it says construction status proposed. So they haven't even gotten a final approval of going through that public access and drainage. I don't even know why they want to do that. But as you can see from the plot map, they have direct access to Virginia Street. So when she said they have no access, and when Mr. Wiley said they have no access, that's a misrepresentation. They have access, always have had access. And by virtue of all the pictures that I submitted, you see that. There's a dirt road right now traversing that property. that connects Virginia Street. Okay, so it's, to me, it's like astounding. They should say no access. And it's astounding that they would say that, oh, access is through the other parcel. Well, like I say, that's it. That portion right there, the L portion, is a public drainage and access easement. And typically you can't build over those things. You know, it's very hard to get approval to do that, especially in this situation. Well, if you just look at the plot map, they go, why would you even want to do that? You've got direct access to North Virginia Street. Don't need to go through
You
that.
have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. And let me see also, and then Ms. Scott was talking about, oh, that lot is raw, it's raw state. Well, NAC 361-1176 defines vacant land as any land other than improved land, including without limitation raw land. And 2, land that has been prepared or developed or used, but on which there have not yet been any improvements. So, you know, she wants to say it's raw land. Well, raw land is vacant land by virtue of the definition. Okay, so, and I even pointed out in my brief too, that there was a comp they used originally, and it defines raw land. And they said that it has, you know, sewer and water at the street. And if you look at all these.
Thank you, Mr. Panicaro. That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to board questions. And Mr. Panicaro, you know, you've pointed to this sale of the property next door as the best comparable. Did you do any independent research to determine whether it's at arm's length beyond just looking at the declaration of value?
No, but I'd like to point out the assessor has produced no documentation from the so-called seller stating what she says. The only thing we have in the record is the declaration of sale under penalty of perjury. It's a crime to falsify value of property. That's all we have from the seller. She can say whatever she wants, but it's not in the record. The only thing we have in the record is something filed with the reported on it.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. It's, you know, I'm looking at page 108, which is your comparable sales analysis. And you've identified that these individual sales should be adjusted for topography, visibility, access, conditions of sale. But those adjustments, and I'm looking at the land sales in particular, those adjustments are all plus, equals, or minus. It's my understanding that under the regulations, those adjustments are supposed to be mathematical adjustments. You know, that they're supposed to be a dollar amount or a percentage amount as opposed to plus and minus. You know, you using plus and minus makes it sound like all of the adjustments are of equivalent size, you know, and they may not be, you know, on a particular adjustment for a large parcel, you might have a huge adjustment for, you know, the size of the parcel. But can you please let me know why you did not use mathematical adjustments?
Bryce Wheelie, appraiser for the assessor's office, for the record. This is a comparison sheet specifically to identify which is the most similar parcel to Mr. Panicaro's subject parcel. As much as we would love to have a world of perfect data where we can quantify how much we can adjust these broad spectrum of available comparisons, it would be disingenuous of me to assign a dollar or percentage value adjustment to try and make it as similar as possible to Mr. Panicaro's.
But Doesn't the regulation require that?
For the purposes of a fee appraisal and.
No. For purposes of valuation of property, NRS 361.118, the amount of the adjustments to base lot or comparative unit values must be determined using a certain type of analysis. Section 361.118(a) says the adjustments must be mathematical changes. This is not fee appraisal.
Yep.
This is assessment. The regulations are there directing you on how you should be valuing the land.
Sure.
And it does not appear that you followed those regulations.
Mr. Bancroft, you are correct in that we did not provide a mathematical formulation for this. What we did was to help us. We created this chart to help guide us in our opinion of whether or not the sale needed to be adjusted upwards or downwards. And I'm going to let Howard Stockton, Senior Department Chief.
Good afternoon, Howard Stockton. Mr. Bancroft, you bring up a good point.
I would like to object.
No.
If I could.
No,
I just want to give a little substance to this. That chart was just for comparison purposes. It was not used to value the land.
okay, well then let's move on to valuation of the land. It's my understanding that, and Mr. Stockton, you can stay, but Ms. Scott may know more. It's my understanding that the valuation of Mr. Panicaro's property started with a comparative unit value of $6.50, which was then adjusted with a 10% topographical change and a 5% for a drainage easement. The neighboring property, the property Mr. Panicaro is looking to as a comp, also started with a unit value of $6.50. It was given a 25% adjustment for access and a 25% adjustment for topography, for a total of 50% adjustment. How were those adjustments calculated? What methodology was used? The regulations suggest that you use a paired sale analysis or a sale resale analysis. What analysis did you use to come up with those adjustments?
So in looking at this neighborhood as a whole, how the topography adjustment was created mathematically was we looked at the rise of the elevation over the length of the parcel. There's notes on that, but give me one moment. So there's without finding my notes, there's roughly a 10-foot from the lowest point of Mr. Pano's parcel, the highest point, there's roughly a 10-foot rise. And so a 10% adjustment, we've effectively given him a 1% discount for every foot. And that's pretty consistent. If you look at the parcel next door, there's closer to a 25% adjustment from the low point to the high point. So that's how the topography was calculated. Now for the access, that I didn't have a mathematical assessment for that. It is a matter of Crazer opinion. And it is because that parcel does not currently, it is in the process of being graded to have access now, but prior to that sale, it was raw land, it's up on a hill. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to be granted legal access through the right of way. So it has that adjustment on there because it's not being, we don't know. And if we don't know, we're just recognizing that there could be an impairment.
Mr. Panicaro, would you like to comment on
Yes, I would.
those adjustments?
In fact, And if you go to SBE, page 45, you'll see the appraisal sheet of my property in 2022. And for 40 years, and look at the very bottom, you see there's a 25% adjustment for access, 25% adjustment for topography for over 40 years. That was recently taken away. No access, and the topography reduced to 10. So if you look at this, it's exactly comparable to the property neighboring property. Now,
Now,
this is my idea, and that's your determination. And I don't know how this is first determined, my property and the neighboring. But I would posit to you that because of that right of way, they said both of these properties are affected by the right of way. And as I point out, mine can be more affected because of the elevation. But perhaps way back then, they go, let's give both these properties 25% access, 25% topography reduction based on that right of way. My assumption, and and that would be up to you to, think if it's reasonable or not.
I can understand how a topography or access adjustment, the amount of it may change over time because market transactions change over time. And so the amount, and that's why you go to something like a paired sales analysis to see if the adjustment you're talking about is what current market conditions are saying about that adjustment. We do not have in the record any evidence to support the difference between Mr. Panicaro's property used to be a 25% adjustment for topography. Now what is it? A 10%. We have no evidence in the record to support why 10% now, but 25% before, or why is, or the evidence to demonstrate that the topography adjustment on his property should only be 10%, while the other one should be a 25%. That's just my comment. Does anybody else have questions for the parties?
Corey Burke, for the record, does the assessor's office have a topography map for these two parcels, or can you pull one up?
During our county board hearing, we had our worms imagery up, which made it easy. Are we able to pull that up in this hearing as well?
I do have an exhibit.
Where would that exhibit be?
It is under SBP 50, and that's topography of mine.
If we were able to pull the worms imagery up, it would be a colored copy. We can apply contours to show the elevation also.
Do you have any objection to us pulling that up?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
It's not in the record. Mine is in the
Okay.
record.
Can you?
For Shannon Scott with the assessor for the record, so it was a part of the county board hearing. It was up on the screen and referenced during the hearing.
And just to let you know, SB 50, that was an exact, I got it from the Scott. That's how I obtained it.
Well, the difference between exhibit 50 is it only covers your parcel. It doesn't cover the adjoining parcel. And I think what we're trying to understand is how the adjustments on the two parcels have been done and the topography for both parcels may make sense. And is this the only one in the record that shows that?
As far as I know.
Howard Stockton, this Mr. Panicaro's adjustment was from, he went to state board, I don't know exactly how many years ago, but I think it was maybe over 10 years again, over a decade ago. And he got a reduction for topography. We have left that adjustment on for many years. Many years. Appraiser is evaluating this neighborhood and she is wondering, why is this parcel have such high adjustments on it when all the other ones along the street have the adjustments are more in line with each other? That's why this was removed. This parcel was out of equalization with the other parcel.
It was actually in equalization with the neighboring parcel. And that they were both given a 25%. If my understanding is correct, they were both given a 25% topography adjustment.
The conditions of the neighboring parcel are.
And,
were
and,
great.
and what I'm saying is, I can understand that. I can understand there being differences, but it should be supported by an analysis that shows a paired sale analysis, shows what's, and Ms. Scott has explained that it's essentially $1 per foot of elevation change.
Well, effectively, for that area, we looked at, it was a 1%.
1%.
Yeah. And I looked at that entire industrial, that whole pocket to verify that that is, from an equalization standpoint, what's been done to the parcels in that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
May I clarify with this?
Oh,
Comment?
if you're quick.
No, there was no such appeal to state board regarding this commercial property in which I got a reduced amount for topography. That is incorrect.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close the hearing. So the board can, oh, one more question.
Corey Burke for the record. I think this is for the assessor's office. Mr. Panicaro mentioned the declaration of value a few times. And my understanding with the declaration of value is you're declaring that was the sale price, not necessarily the market value. What is your understanding of a declaration of value?
Shannon Scott with the assessor's office, for the record, that is also my understanding, is that declaration of values are just establishing the sales price so that a transfer tax can be determined.
Thank you for your, okay. The hearing's closed so we can discuss this. Any thoughts?
I have the imagery up. I can't pull the contour lines up. It does appear that Mr. Panicaro's parcel is being fully. Oh, Corey Berg for the record.
If what you're referring to is not in the record,
It is on the page he just referenced. So it is.
page 50?
It is on page 50.
Okay, go ahead.
So you can see that he is fully utilizing not only his parcel, but also part of the right of way right up to the steep topography.
Mhm.
So, and you can see the driveway at the top part of his parcel. So it is not landlocked and it is being fully utilized based on this visual. So that's just my thought.
Mr. Cadwell?
The only question I have is your form, Mr. Panicaro, doesn't, you just say less. The value you're seeking is less. What is it you're after?
Actually, if you turn to my opening brief, I give you exact numbers under the conclusion.
Okay.
I give you a scenario of the number of difference.
What page is that on?
That would be in the opening brief. Let me get to the page. Starting at page 19, and we'd be starting at line 25 at the bottom. Continue on to the next page.
Mr. Cadwell, did you find what you were looking for? Mr. Pancaro, can you explain again where it,
Oh, sure, in the opening brief.
what,
That wasn't part of the county record, that's your record.
Okay.
State Record.
so
That was
it's,
the opening brief that was filed on May 14th.
and it's page
Yeah.
19?
Yeah, starting at page 19, and if you look down at the bottom. And we go to line 25, and then continue to the next page.
So that would be ROA, Record on Appeal, page 233.
So specifically, what are you asking? What are you asking?
Let me get to it. Well, there's been no explanation for why the 25% access was taken off altogether. And I mean, it makes no sense. I mean, we got a right of way, so. Which depending on your viewpoint, it's either totally landlocked or there is a problem there. Because they took away 25% access. I don't know what reason. When I asked Ms. Scott, she said, oh, because you have a driveway. The driveway's been on there since 1981. So before inflating the value of Panaco property, we had a 25% reduction for topography, 25% reduction for access. This is the same thing as a parcel next door that I use as comp. Now, this doesn't account for the elevation issue that I presented, with the landlocked issue and the widening of the road. And if we apply the $3.15 a square foot value that the property next door sold for, then, and by reducing it by a 50% amount for both the former topography and access. And then we add another 5% reduction for the drainage easement on the back of the property. Then the land value for my parcel would be $22,073, thus giving a total taxable value of the property at $86,766. And that's not touching the improvement value. Yeah. So we just went with that. And then the other scenario, if we apply the $3.15 a square foot, the real property sold for, and if we apply the current 10% reduction for topography and another 5% for the public easement, then my land value would equal $41,694, thus rendering a total taxable value of $106,387. Again, far below the 150 that they have it listed as. Now, if you want to apply, and this is not rebutted at the county board, nor in front of you, I have in the file, I have publications that say when you have a landlocked issue, a conservative reduction is 80 to 85% of the whole property. Okay, because you can't do anything. What are we going to do? Land a helicopter on it to conduct business? So if we did that, then total taxable value $21,277. And then if we use the income approach that Mr. Is it Willie? Wheelie. Mr. Willie came up with, if we just use those three. But as I put in my briefs, that when we have all these issues presented with my land, then it's proper to have a 14%. So if you apply a 14% cap rate to his figures, you got 110.
Okay, I think you've gone on long enough. I think we've heard enough alternative scenarios
Okay.
and how you can get a reduction.
Sure.
Mr. Cadwell, have you heard enough?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other comments? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Curtis Cadwell, for the record, I'll make a motion to reduce total taxable value to 106,387 based on that petitioner's data, comp sales, et cetera. I mean, it's very clear there's an issue here at this time. And I can't fathom you could sell this to anybody other than a neighboring parcel. I mean, you'd have to get very lucky selling to the neighbor. That's the only logical buyer for something like this.
Would you restate the amount you're suggesting?
Suggested amount 106,387.
And is that both land and improvements?
Land and improvements, correct?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? My comments, I think the argument that the land sales are not comparable is well made. I think that the size differences, the locations made it hard, but I also understand that when you're looking for comp sales, you're sometimes limited. You have to go with the sales that are out there. I do think adjustments should be based on some recognized methodology and placed in mathematical kind of analysis so that we can understand the differences between a adjustment being applied to one property and the other property, that they're both being done in a uniform fashion. Those are just my thoughts. Does anybody else have any other thoughts they want to share?
I agree that it should be mathematical. However, based on the appellant's own evidence, they are fully utilizing this parcel. It is currently not landlocked. And if it does become landlocked, according to his research, then RTC is going to value the fact that they've reduced his value by 80 or 85%. So I believe he would be compensated when the issue occurs, but it has not currently occurred.
Thank you. If there are no other further comments, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
The motion passes. I apologize. We're running late. Can you call the next day?
Absolutely. Again, this is Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. Before we move to the next case, I just wanted to remind all parties within the board to make sure that each time you speak, to please clearly state your name for the record. It does help our court reporter, keeps us a clean record. It's a little bit awkward, like a volley back and forth, but each time you pass back and forth, simply state your name. Moving to the next case, State Board Case Number 26-125 relates to residential property located at 1310 St. Gallen Court in Pine Village, Nevada, Washoe County, APN 126-522-03. Property owners John M. Pollock and Gail L. Pollock filed this petition on the Washoe County Board of Equalization action for tax years 2026 to 2027 on the secured roll. Pursuant to NRS 361.360 subsection 2, all such bills must be presented upon the same facts and evidence as were submitted to the County Board of Equalization in the first instance, unless there's discovered new evidence pertaining to the matter which could not, by due diligence, have been discovered before the final adjournment of the County Board of Equalization. The new evidence must be submitted in writing to the State Board and served upon the county assessor not less than 7 days before the hearing. County assessor's response brief indicates that the petitioner brought forth new evidence in their brief that was not submitted to the County Board of Equalization. Historically, it has been a practice of the State Board to begin with consideration of the new evidence and a determination on whether to accept or deny submission before moving to the case hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For the petitioners, who will be speaking on behalf of the petitioners?
John Bullock and Gail Bullock.
Thank you. And for Washoe County, who will be speaking?
Ludivina Berrigan. And Apple.
Thank you. Um, I believe attached to the reply brief or there, I believe there was discussion, Mr. Krolik, about the sale of 1314 St. Galen Court and several other subdivisions that have not increased by the same amount as yours. And I believe Washoe County, that was raised as new evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you object to their discussion of those?
We do.
Um, Mr. Krolik, would you like to just take a minute to explain why we should allow that new evidence? First off, were these properties discussed at the County Board of Equalization?
The brief that we wrote kind of covered it best.
Again, state your name for the record, please.
Only the 1310 John Court. The information that was provided by the assessor in that hearing was fact checked, and that what generated the reply that I provided to state board. So I think probably where we're coming from.
And then also, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Gail Krolik, also owner of 1310 St. Gallen Court. There's a few erroneous statements in the original write-up from the county. First and foremost, 1310 St. Gallen Court was not built in 2007. It's a 1981 home. And also 1310 St. Gallen Court is not in the center of Tyler Village Homeowners Association. No, it's stating here it's in the center of Tyrolean Village. It is not in the center of Tyrolean Village. It is on the fringe of Tyrolean Village HOA. So that's just 2 points of clarification I want to make. I can certainly understand why the county would not like to look at the neighboring property, Bitterbrush. But I would like to hear from them, if I may, why they object, because it is a like-kind property.
Ms. Berrigan?
Sure. So the Bitterbrush community. Oh, Ludivina Berrigan for the record. The Bitterbrush community is a homogeneous community.
What we want to hear is why we should accept this as new evidence.
I don't believe you should.
And why do you believe we should not accept it as new evidence?
Howard Stockton, Chief Appraiser for Washoe County. Pre-conferences were held April 20th, 2006 for these hearings. At this conference, petitioners were encouraged to submit briefs to the state board summarizing their issues. It was agreed that the briefs would be submitted 20 days prior to this hearing, June 4th, which is the date of May 15th. As per NAC 361.703 subsection 2. That's in the NAC. This timeframe would give the assessor's office an opportunity to submit a reply brief. For case numbers 26125, 26126, 26158, and 26159, the assessor's office did not receive the petitioner's brief until Friday, May 29th, 2026. Or 4 business days before this hearing. For case number 26125, new evidence is being provided regarding the valuations in surrounding neighborhoods that weren't discussed during the county board hearings. Check the minutes. We don't see the discussion there. The assessor's office is willing to comply with the state board's brief requests. We actually think that this is a good process. And it would help the state board tremendously get to the issue. So we encourage this. However, statutory guidelines and dates must be followed to allow a proper discussion of the issues. The assessor would like to put on the record that it objects to the use of these briefs as they were not submitted timely. Thank you.
That goes to a different issue. You know, the issue, you know, that we were first looking at was whether the information contained in there is new evidence. And I understand from what you've just said that the information regarding the house at 1314 St. Galen Court, as well as the other neighborhoods, were not discussed at the County Board of Equalization. And if that's the case, we shouldn't consider those unless the board makes a decision to accept it as new evidence.
May I interject for a second? This information was available prior to the city OE hearing. Oh, Ludovina Bergen for the record. And consequential submittal of this evidence does not meet requirements for new evidence detailed in NNC 361.739 A and B.
Dana Cook for the record. Just for the board making a ruling on this, if you do find it is new evidence, then the statute NRS 361.360 subsection 2 says that it must be submitted in writing to the state board and served upon the county assessor not less than 7 days before the hearing. That's your guiding rule. It's reflected also in the NAC that was NAC 361.739 1B. So that also has the 7-day submission timeline. Also, under NRS 361.400 subsection 3, even if it's timely, then the evidence has to be excluded unless a party proves to the satisfaction of the state board that it was impossible in the exercise of due diligence to have discovered or secured such evidence in time to have it submitted to the county board prior to its final adjournment.
Right. This is Paul Bancroft again. I think this new evidence was not timely presented, and I believe it goes beyond the arguments that were made before the county board. So I will make a motion to not accept the new evidence raised for the first time in the brief which the Krolik's filed. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Krolik, you've got time now to present the argument you presented to the county board.
John Nolan, 1310 work. The parable that was provided, 1314 was part of the county. I don't think this should be excluded from the.
Thank you. If you could proceed with the presentation of your case.
It brought up in the testimony with the county, the working reduction of value for multifamily to 15%. The market evidence up there since the testimony came out shows that property up there has definitely been impacted by this new insurance that's put into place. You know, it is warranted to put it further adjustment downward on property value of multi-family units. And One of the arguments I made was the assessed value of the land in Taiwan Village. There was no reason for it to go up where other areas of multifamily in that community stayed the same or went down in value. And that applies to the comparables that they did provide. So I think that evidence probably is in the, but it's just a different look, a deeper analysis of what they provided.
Kevin Orrock for the record. Are you implying that the other values have gone down because of insurance issues?
Well, fire insurance up there has become a big issue.
But are you saying
I'm saying the value in Taiwan Village because of the unique expense of this insurance because of a misinterpretation of NRF requiring properties with thick adjoining walls that have insurance that should not be applicable to this area because these are not like-kind properties. You have everything from an eightplex to a duplex. Some were built in the 60s, some were built in the 2000s. And to take a blanket insurance policy, anybody that is looking to buy in there and reach the end of the recent meetings and the cost. And I gave the example of my insurance on my other property. And that property is probably twice the value of the share ball property. It's half the cost now of the insurance on the share ball. Unfortunately, the state it's slow to address this. This insurance was put in back in, I believe, 2011. And nobody ever applied it this way until we recently got a new board member that got a different attorney for the association out of Vegas. And somehow, attorneys like to err on the side of caution, and everybody got assessed $2,800 or $3,800 per unit for additional insurance, where prior to that interpretation, the insurance cost was sufficient for a bank. Usually the bank dictates what you should have for insurance, so for place insurance, if you don't have sufficient to cover the terms of the loan. But it is something that will affect market value there for here on out.
No, I agree. A buyer in Incline Village is going to take into account what the insurance costs are with whatever property they're buying. And if the insurance costs at your property are higher, it may cause the market value of your property to be less.
Correct.
Correct. Is there anything else?
No.
Ms. Berrigan?
Ludivina Berrigan for the record. The subject property consists of 1,688 square foot, 2-story interior attached unit townhome, along with the 484 square foot detached 2-car garage, built in 1981. All attached units in this neighborhood do receive a 15% downward adjustment to reflect their inferior style when compared to the freestanding units in this neighborhood. 4 improved sales within the subject neighborhood were analyzed to test the subject's current value. These sales, shown on page 17 and 18 of your packet, consist of attached 2-story units with 3 bedrooms and at least 2 bathrooms, similar to the subject. While all improved cells are similar to or superior in size, age, and quality, only IS4 includes an attached garage. Among these, IS2 is considered the most reliable indicator of value due to its similarity in land size, quality, age, and building size. The primary difference is the absence of a garage. IS2 supports a market value of $765,000 or $466 per square foot for the subject property. Overall, the sales comparison approach reflects a value range of $692,000 to $1,345,000, or $466 to $726 a square foot. While the subject Subject is currently valued at $345,064 or $204 per square foot. This demonstrates that the property is significantly below market value. The improved sales support a value range of $692,000 to $1,345,000. Land sales in this neighborhood range from $250,000 to $450,000. The subject's land value of $229,500 falls at the lower end of the range, confirming that it does not exceed full cash value. Based on the analysis of improved sales and land values, the subject's taxable value of $345,064 is well supported and does not exceed market value. Therefore, we recommend the board uphold the current valuation and affirm the decision of the Washoe County Board of Appeals. I would also like to address the petitioner's concern regarding the blanket fire insurance policy. The HOA's, the petitioner stated that the HOA is acquiring this blanket policy at a cost of $3,800 per year, affecting 55 parcels in this neighborhood. While we do understand that this is a significant cost to the homeowner, valuation must be based on market evidence. Current sales do not reflect any impact from this policy. It is our understanding that this policy went into effect after the last improved sale on December 15th of 2025, and therefore did not influence any of the sales relied upon for the valuation. Our office will review this neighborhood again during next reappraisal. If future sales demonstrate that the insurance policy impacts market value, we will adjust accordingly. However, at this time, it would be premature and potentially inaccurate to adjust based on slowly estimates or speculation without the market data to support such a change. Until market value falls below taxable value, economic obsolescence cannot be applied. Again, therefore, we recommend the board uphold the current valuation and affirm the decision of the Washoe County Board.
Thank you. Mr. Krolik, you have time to reply.
Yes, John Cole, thank you, for my understanding from my years on the board of equalization for Washington County was the county board and the state board considered sale post the cutoff period for the assessor, and that was what we attempted to do here, was provide more recent market data that took place after the fair ball insurance went into place, which has been at January 1st. It's addressing their sales comparison. The 1214 steering away, that sales 2022. That's I don't even see how that could become relevant. It's built in 2001, not 1981. The better comp would have been the Roaster Court, similar age, built in 71, or the Erie Court, built in 82. Those have a much lower valuation because of quality construction. And her presentation that would go into the fact whether these units or end units, but I wasn't debating that way of valuing the property. I was debating the impact of what this insurance has caused going forward, and that it is relevant to look at why the assessed value of the land has increased, where other similar areas, the assessed value of the land has decreased. And that's pretty factual. I'd be amendable to, I thought everything had to be within 7 days. I wasn't trying to honey close them on review of the materials I provided. If they continue for them to look at it and it's warranted, I'm perfectly fine with that. I want it basically reviewed and done right, not technicality, move it out of the system. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
Corey Burke for the record. The improved sales that the assessor used, would those all fall under this same new insurance policy?
Yes, these are all part of the attached units, part of the 55 parcels.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Just a comment, Mr. Krolik, one of your concerns is the amount your valuation has increased compared to the other properties that you've looked at where the values aren't increasing. And based on your knowledge of the market area, you realize that, well, houses in that area have had the same market influences as ones in our area. Why are we increasing, but they're not?
Right.
And that is a common complaint we get, but we can't address it. The issue is, were you undervalued in the prior year and now you're overvalued? They're just bringing it up. Or now, are you overvalued now? If you were undervalued in prior years, they can't go back and change that. And the fact that you're increasing may mean you were undervalued in a prior year, while those other properties were not undervalued in the prior.
So, can I address that? Thank you once again, John Crowley, 15 State Downport. The land sales they provided, which should have covered that, none of these land sales are multifamily. And this was brought up in the county level hearing. That led me to look at those comps that we're not allowed to look at. Those are all superior locations, superior properties, and they're like-kind properties. That's when it comes to condominiums. But I don't, and that's a challenge. Where do you find land sales for multifamily up in Incline? I don't even know if there's been a broker up there for
Yeah.
37 years. It's like
There aren't
doesn't
any.
exist anymore. But they should have provided in their response why the land value in Carbonian Village has increased in value, in other areas stayed stable or decreased. And there has to be some sort of calculation of where they were coming from with that justification.
The other point you've raised regarding the cost of insurance, yes, I believe the market will take that into account, and then, but it doesn't sound like it's been implemented long enough for the market sales to reflect that. So we don't have the evidence. Any other comments? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Curtis Cadwell, for the record, I'll make a motion to uphold the county board decision and the assessor's valuation on the land of 229,500.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any comments on the motion? If there are none, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Unanimous. Chief Deputy Robert Larson, will you call the next case?
Adrian Roberts Larson, for the record. State Board Case Number 26-126 relates to residential property located at 1410 Carroll Drive in Pine Village, Nevada, Washoe County, APN 126-580-25. Property owners John M. Crowley and Dale L. Crowley filed a petition on the Washoe County Board of Equalization action for tax years 2026-2027. Office secured bill. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It is about time for us to take a short break. Should we do that right now before we start this case?
That's what I do start.
Okay, if you don't mind, let's, it's 10:41. Let's just take a, 10-minute break, stretch our legs, and then and give the court reporter a chance to rest.
All right, so we'll resume at 10:51. All right, we'd like to call the meeting back to order. Everyone, go ahead and take your seats, please. Again, this is Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. This is, and I'll just restate as we did prior to the break, this is for State Board Case Number 26-126, John M. and Gail L. Krolick for the residential property located at 1410 Tyrrell Drive, Incline Village, Nevada, Washoe County, APN 126-580-25. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Who will be speaking on behalf of the Crowlicks?
So John Dale Crowley.
Thank you. And who will be speaking on behalf of Washoe County?
Ludivina Berrigan and Al Hilda.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, please proceed.
See, John Crowley, 1410 Tyrell Drive this time. At the county hearing, there was quite a few missteps by the assessor's office, especially the one that provided evidence to show that the HOA land is not taxed. The value of the HOA land is applied to the individual units. So I don't think that's indisputable. They have an opportunity to verify, and I don't think that's new evidence that provided that. And then the next issue was the way the board took action. I don't feel it was acceptable to have a board member use comments from Zillow. Zillow is not a professional appraisal software, it's a public guessing game, really. And so I addressed that. The county board asked me where I came up with the numbers of damage to my property, and so I provided how that mathematical equation was compensated to adjust this property. And I think one page brief covers all my bases on that.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Berrigan?
Ludivina Berrigan for the record. This subject property is a 2,664 square foot freestanding home with a 552 square foot attached two-car garage built in 2007, located within the Tyrell Inn Village. You will find 4 improved cells from within a subject neighborhood on pages 17 and 18 of your packet. These cells consist of freestanding 2 to 3 story units with 3 bedrooms and at least 2 bathrooms, similar to the subject. While all improved cells are inferior in size, age, and quality, only IS1 and IS3 include an attached garage. Of these, IS1 provides the closest match in site characteristics and building size and is the most reliable market indicator. IS3 supports a value of $1,400,000 or $597 per square foot for the subject property. Overall, the sales comparison approach reflects a value range of $1,400,000 to $1,705,000, or $597 to $855 per square foot. In contrast, the subject's current total taxable value is $857,603, which is significantly below market value. I will now address the petitioner's concerns. During our initial contact, the petitioner claimed the 3 open parking spaces that were removed were part of his exclusive use, but no supporting evidence was provided prior to the county board hearing. On pages 32 and 34 of your packet, you will see photographs submitted by the petitioner showing the removed parking spaces. Pages 36 to 38 include aerial imagery showing the current view without the spaces, as well as 2021 and 2023 views where the spaces were still still existed. A 2005 parcel survey on page 35 does not show these spaces as a part of the subject parcel. As stated previously, these parcels fall within common area parcel 126-450-34, which is not assessed for tax purposes because it functions as part of the roadway. No portion of this parcel's value is assigned to the subject property. To confirm and to address the point made in the petitioner's brief, no part of this common area parcel has ever been assessed or charged, means taxed back to the owners. Therefore, the parking spaces were never assessed when they existed. On page 40, the HOA survey confirms the parking spaces existed in 2024. However, the spaces in question were not designated for the subject property. For example, the northern spaces are clearly labeled for unit 1413 Tyrell, While these spaces existed, they were open and available for common use and not specifically for the exclusive use of the petitioner. A review of TRPA records and building plans revealed no additional coverage supporting the petitioner's claim. Furthermore, the 8th amended CCNR provided in your packet states that for units with approved garages, such garage shall constitute the designated parking space for the unit. The subject property includes an attached 2-car garage and a 350 square foot driveway. Regarding the claim in the petitioner's brief regarding the county board members' misstated value, I would like to clarify that assessed value is 35% of taxable value. The subject's current taxable value is $857,603, which includes $270,000 for land and $587,603 for improvement. Recent sales on page 17 of the packet range from $1,400,000 to $1,705,000, demonstrating that the taxable value remains well below full cash market value. Therefore, no reduction is warranted. In conclusion, the land value is based on a site without parking. The presence of the 3 parking spaces never contributed to the subject's valuation, and therefore their removal does not justify a reduction. This appears to be a dispute between the owner and the HOA rather than an issue with values assigned by the assessor's office. We recommend that the board uphold the current valuation and affirm the decision of the County Board of Equalization.
Thank you. Mr. Krolik, do you have a response?
Yeah. John Krolik, 1410 Tyrell Drive. In my original packet that the county had during that hearing, it shows what I purchased in 2000 as a lot, and it shows the map of the coverage I removed to build the 2-car garage attached to the structure. Part of the decision process to buy that lot was the additional parking, which I used for years, also to park a boat in the summer with the permission of the association. And then because of this garage program and a new board president that decided he needed coverage to build a garage at his structure, he had to go find coverage somewhere in the association, which, even the association attorney acknowledged that I did the right thing, that it should not have been removed there. They removed that attorney from the board. Unbelievable, but it's a material fact. This does affect my property value, as full cash value, 300,000 as part of the assessed value of the land. That formula that I gave within my brief, it is justifiable because I've had the property, built the house in 07, had the enjoyment of overflow parking. Decision process to buy something is based on what is around the amenities, the attributes of the property. If losing parking is for real. If you live in a college town, that's a nightmare when it comes to try to find a place to park a car. But, so I think what I presented is definitely warranted. Under the fact that this land was assessed based on the values of the property, based on the fact that it had that additional parking, and now it doesn't. I think that's about all I can contribute at this point in time.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Kevin or Mr. Krolik, so you said you bought this property because of the parking?
Correct.
So if you would have moved your boat, could somebody else have put their boat in there?
It wasn't, the parking wasn't exclusively to
Right,
us.
right.
It was available
To anybody.
It's a part-time residential neighborhood.
Yeah, so how could that be considered value to your property? Because
Correct.
you didn't own it.
Correct. But it's just like owning a piece of land and then all of a sudden you have a freeway. Take St. Steve's Village, for example, when the new freeway went in, it devalued the properties over there.
Right. I agree, Mr. Krolik. There are situations where things off-site affect the value of your property. And if these 3 parking spots were generally accessible, easily accessible for your property, I can see how it would enhance the value of your property as opposed to a similar type property, which did not have those right outside their door. So I agree with that. I'm trying to, but and I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. One is full cash value, is the change in this offsite thing going to be a big enough reduction on your full cash value? And I don't think so. Because the properties in incline tend to be way undervalued. I think the more likely argument is that it affects your land value. And that your land value of 270,000 has been affected. But from what I hear from the county is they didn't take that extra element into account, in determining the fair market value of your land. They could have taken that into account. And so I'm just wondering, are there other, Ms. Berrigan, are there other units similar to him, to the Crolix parcel, that are assigned a land value of $270,000?
All the parcels in that
Are
area are assigned $270,000. So
regardless of where the public parking availability is.
that is correct. So it's valued without any parking,
It could have been. You could have taken that into account.
right?
But-
And adjustments were not made up.
But yeah, but since you didn't, I don't see that we can now adjust it to take it out. But that's just my thoughts.
Corey Burke for the record. That was my thought as well.
Are there any other questions? Would someone like to make a motion?
Corey Burke, I'd make a motion to uphold the assessor's taxable value.
Is there a second?
Curtis Cadwell, second.
Any discussion of the motion? If not, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Would you call the next case, please?
Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. The parties in State Board Case Numbers 26-158 and 26-159 have agreed to consolidate the case for the hearing today. State Board Case Number 26-158 relates to the commercial property located at 6405 South Virginia Street, Reno, Nevada, Washington County, APN 040-162-5051 and 53. State Board Case Number 26-159 relates to commercial property located at 6407 South Virginia Street, Reno, Nevada, Washington County, APN 040-162-52. Managing member Jim Kaplan filed his petition on the Washington County Board of Equalization action for tax years 2026-2027 on the secured roll. Mr. Kaplan is represented by his authorized agent, Michael Churchfield. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Has Mr. Churchfield stepped out? Okay.
Mr. Chair, let's stand in recess then.
Yes,
So he returns.
yeah. Yeah, we'll be patient. Because we're thank you. This is case numbers 26-158 and 26-159. The parties have stipulated to consolidate the cases for purposes of the hearing. Can I have a motion to consolidate them?
Corey Burke for the record, motion to consolidate. cases 26-158 and 26-159.
Is there a second?
Kevin Orrock, I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Who will be presenting this case on behalf of Crossing SC LLC and Crossing LLC?
Mike Churchfield and Jim Kaplan.
And on behalf of Washoe County?
Diana Arias.
Thank you.
And Al Bolden.
Thank you.
We brought printed packets of what was presented at county board, so I don't know if you guys want the printed version or if you have it on your computers.
We do have the county record on our computers. Is there any new evidence? in it?
No. It's the
Will
same.
you be referring to it during your presentation? Then it might be easiest for us to just flip through it.
That's what I think.
And did you provide a copy to Ms. Arias? Thank you. Mr. Churchfield, would you like to proceed?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, everybody. Board members, thank you for your time. The subject property is the Crossing Shopping Center located in Reno, Nevada. It's at the, essentially at the intersection of South Virginia Street and Neal. This, the subject shopping center was built in the 70s. It was built, it was a purpose-built use for Circuit City initially. And then on the big box space that transferred to Goodwill, and now Ski Pro and Trek are in there. The petitioner's concerns primarily relate to the land value that's being applied at this shopping center. The shopping center does not have signalized access. It only has, it's got essentially 3 access points, really 2. One is a right-in only, and the other one is a right-in. The other 2 are right-in only as well. And this property is very confined because it was built to the dated build, but it's had a refresh to the front exterior specifically only. So again, it suffers from dock access, the access for deliveries and so forth are very constrained comparative to the comparables presented in this pack. And to kind of get into it, the subject property is currently being valued at $19 per foot. Comparables across the street, such as Home Depot, are valued at $12 per foot. We think the most comparable shopping center is the TJ Maxx Home Goods Shopping Center, which currently has a value of $11 per foot. And one of the comparables in there is Ulta Beauty, which is receiving $11 per foot and was it has very high build out with salon space and etc., ease of access for deliveries. So from that perspective, it's a superior, we deem that shopping center superior to the subject, and it's all receiving a 1.5 quality class as opposed to the subject, which is currently receiving a 2.
And that shopping center is also receiving $11 per foot. Now, it is a larger parcel. But again, looking at the land comparables, directly across the street at Home Depot being valued at 12. The Ulta Beauty parcel, while it functions with the rest of the center as a small parcel, and it's at 11 per foot. Talking with the assessor's office, who we understand the assessor is doing mass appraisal here, and we've had good discussions with them. This is simply an equalization appeal. When they did their valuation, they keep bringing up this freeway, it's proximity to the freeway. I drive this freeway every night. This center, you cannot really see it off the freeway. There is some signage in the back of each of the tent spaces as seen in the PowerPoint exhibit. But again, it's minimal at best. So he's not receiving a large advantageous tenant or anything from this proximity to the freeway, because again, there's no signalized access point. And again, you know, we talked to them and they're comparing it with Whole Foods, which is directly across the street. However, Whole Foods has 3 signalized access points in comparison to this. Whole Foods has a much larger footprint, and Whole Foods did a heck of a build out and has ease of access for semi trucks and etc. that this property functionally will never have because of the way it's constructed. The petitioner was able to get a lease with Panera that is now, it's a land lease. He did not construct the building, so it's a lower value lease, but it's further constrained his parking with the other tenants. So again, he will never get a Whole Foods type of tenant based on the building being relatively obsolete with ceiling height, access points, and etc. If you look through the package on the Ski Pro, you'll see the TJ Maxx building that we're referring to, which again is a newer building, purpose-built, drop ceilings, 2 dock doors, and it has a partitioned off delivery space. Ski Pro does not. It has 1 dock door, which isn't even high enough. You can speak to that for a lot of deliveries to even come in. So TJ Maxx is currently being assessed at a 145 and 11 per foot. Secondly, in that package, Dress for Less. Ross in the same shopping center currently receiving 1.5 quality class, $11 per foot. Third, there was the prior Sports Authority building and it was also the new Circuit City until Circuit City went bankrupt. So Circuit City left Petitioner Shopping Center for a purpose-built space that's receiving a 1.5 quality class that was built to much newer design, much taller ceilings, had access points for deliveries, man doors for their audio installs and etc. Had bays specifically built out for that. It was a much higher built use with taller ceilings, superior construction that wasn't available at the time when the petitioner's building was constructed. So again, looking at that building, it's a 1.5 quality class at $11 per foot. Directly across the street from the subject is Home Depot, which is on the second to last slide of the package for Ski Pro. 1.5 quality class, purpose-built building with a full nursery, numerous delivery access points, and it's got at least 4 dock doors and man doors that are additional to that. Again, $12 per foot on the land value, directly across the street. So from the petitioner's standpoint, he's very constrained with tenants that he can receive, and also that includes into less credit tenants. Ski Pro is not a large, it's nowhere near Whole Foods. It's not going to sell for anywhere near that, and the lease rate would reflect that. And also, I think there's only 2 or 3 Ski Pros around. And they also didn't have the credit to lease the prior Sports Authority building because, again, it's a larger square footage building, a lot higher rate, so forth, because it's got a much larger parking lot, etc.
So as you can see from the last slide, unfortunately, the per foot land amounts didn't print very well, but you can see on the right how much lower all the land values are in comparison to the subject property. The only comparable value is the Whole Foods shopping center, which was able to command Whole Foods because again, I shop there frequently and I like to take advantage of the signalized access point. When I leave the petitioner shopping center, I have to build around, go to the next line, come back, and it's very hard if you miss, and when it's traffic and going fast, it's very hard to access the center because the entry points are not to the level that Whole Foods is. So with that, the petitioner is asking for $12 a foot value based on the 11 is being applied to the TJ Maxx building and so forth. TJ Maxx would not go into a shopping center that did not have a ton of visibility. That is a corporate tenant, as a very, very good tenant too. So they're going to command certain things. The shopping center where TJ Maxx also is has a Walmart and a Sam's Club, the only Sam's Club in Lincoln, Nevada. Sam's Club is not going to go in a location that doesn't have demographics that support it, graphic counts that support it, and visibility that supports it. So again, in petitioner's space for deliveries and so forth is very constrained. His retail line space on the front, you have to bring deliveries through either a hallway or through the front of the business. That's never been a good way for leasing to get tenants. So again, with that being said, we feel that the petitioner's quality should be equalized with TJ Maxx's home goods to 1.5. And the prior Circuit City, there was a 1.5 because it was built for Circuit City. They moved out of original split of $50. And then the line space, I'd like to address very briefly. You look on the line space package on page 3. You'll notice the 2 of the line spaces are 1.5 quality. One of them is 2 quality. The reality is the permits were worked by the assessor's office where they felt that the other 2 buildings were fine at the 1.5 quality. And they adjusted only one building. All the buildings look the same. There was all.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
Was simply a cosmetic facelift. And the analogy I'd like to leave this forward with is, to me, this is an indication of the Fiero with a Ferrari. It'll never be a Ferrari at the end of the day. Unlike Whole Foods, that has the space to be that Ferrari and get that type of thing.
How much time does he have left?
4 minutes.
Well, keep the meter running. I'll just ask some questions to clarify because in your presentation, you at least as I understood it, you raised 2 material issues.
Yes.
One issue is the quality class that's assigned to the buildings under Marshall Swift.
Correct.
And so what specifically are the criteria in in your mind that would cause this to be a 1.5 quality class under Marshall Swift? And you can just list them.
So looking at the TJ Maxx Center that's currently being assessed as a 1.5, it has much taller ceilings than the subject. It has superior construction being a CMU block. Newer CMU block that has built house on that building. It has parapets, just like the subject does. And again, as the taller ceiling, it has partitioned out space, drop ceilings, numerous bathrooms, unlike the subject that only has 2 bathrooms in Ski Pro. I believe TJ Maxx has numerous bathrooms. So each home fixture adds to quality class. So that's why we're going, well, from an equalization standpoint, if TJ Maxx is a 1.5, it's a new build higher caliber. To me, that's where Marshall and Swift has delineated that to the assessors. That's you're saying this is inferior to that construction. So we should be a 1.5 or below.
Okay, so I'm just summarizing. You're saying that this should be 1.5 because it does not have taller ceilings. It does not have the superior construction. It has parapets. It does not have drop ceiling, and it does not have multiple bathrooms.
As well as, it does not have an HVAC system that is articulated with ducting throughout. This has a very, the ski row building, you can see the big return in the middle of it. It's very obsolete in comparison to TJ Maxx. We don't see any of that. It's built out. It's got showroom space for each of the presentation.
I'm familiar with the center, and I think what you did on the facade looks good. It looks good, but the interiors, nothing is done. Okay, so now that's the Marshall Swift issue. In terms of land value, again, can you just list off the factors that would warrant a lower land value? You know, I know you mentioned no signalized access, only right turn entrance. You got a plan to access this property. What else?
Just looking at the comparables, the assessors utilize comparables at $11 per foot all over the TJ Maxx Center, which includes line space, includes smaller parcels like Alta Beauty. We've also seen the assessor apply downward traffic adjustments for certain properties that this one's not receiving that have superior access than the subject has. Nordstrom's rack is a smaller parcel. It's receiving $16 a foot, has freeway visibility more so than the subject. So looking at the equalization issue that's on the last page of the packet, that's what's driving us to ask for the petitioner to ask for a lower land value, because again, TJ Maxx requires high traffic, Sam's Club requires high visibility, all those things that the subject is not currently receiving, because again, it has very bifurcated access.
Thank you. Is there still time for him?
The petitioner have 1 minute and 23 seconds left.
I'll be quick. Corey Burke for the record. Is TJ Maxx and the ski inline shop, are those both the same occupancy code in Marshall and Swift?
That's a great question. I don't know. I believe it is, but I have to defer to the assessor.
And my other question is the Nordstrom rack parcel, it's my understanding that is one of many parcels, all under the same ownership that equal a total of 12 acres. And I believe your subject parcel is somewhere between 2 and 3 acres.
Yes. And again, this site is very constrained.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Arias.
For the record, Diana Arias. So I'll start off, with the assessor's office. Per the petitioner's brief, one of the concerns expressed was that the land value is out of equalization. Parcels along South Virginia Street in the same appraisal neighborhood are valued similarly as the subject. Please see attached map on SBE 26-158 packet on page 117 through 119. This aerial view was shown in the county hearing. I also included a clearer version of the map on page 3 of the brief response for your review. The map shows parcels along South Virginia Street, including the subject, which are valued at $21 square foot for parcels with South Virginia frontage and are 5 acres or smaller, and $19 a square foot for parcels that are non-frontage on South Virginia Street. This map shows that values are equalized within the neighborhood. And I will go over the list of properties that were mentioned by the petitioner that are valued differently to the subject. So I'll start off with the parcels in the Fire Creek Shopping Center, which 2 of them were mentioned, and they have a base lot value of $11 a square foot. One of the parcels is 17.6 acres, while the other parcel is a total of 12.1 acres. This is a total of 29.7 acres within those two parcels. Economies of scales exist, which impact the dollar per square foot. These parcels are also in a different neighborhood, located on Kitsky and not on South Virginia Street. Within the same Fire Creek Shopping Center, there are 3 parcels totaling 7.55 acres. And these parcels are valued at $17.10 a square foot. These parcels have a furniture store, Michael's, there's a neighborhood shopping center, including the US even. Just listing up so you can picture where they're located. There is also one acre parcel in the Fire Creek Shopping Center that is valued at $22 a square foot. It's a travel agency, I believe. And this parcel has access off Redfield Parkway. So these parcels prove that there's not such a large gap between the subject and similar sized parcels. Redfield was also mentioned, the Nordstrom rack. It's valued at $16 a square foot. And it's comprised of a total of 14.5 acres, which is much larger in size than the subject. Therefore, economies of scale also exist, and the difference in valuation is justifiable. Second concern, or another concern, was the ingress and egress access issue. An aerial image in the packet, page 83, shows the parcel has 3 entry points, 2 of which are located on South Virginia Street. We can also see, based on an aerial overview along South Virginia Street, that show that many parcels also suffer similar or inferior access detriments as a subject, as there are many medians along South Virginia Street that hinder access to certain traffic flows. Land sales with similar access detriments do not show such characteristics impact market value. For example, land sale 1 discussed in the packet, page 51 to 52, is located on South Virginia Street and is in close proximity to the subject. It is not located on a corner, and there's only access for traffic going northbound on South Virginia Street. This parcel sold for $49 a square foot on August 22nd, 2025. The subject's land taxable value does not exceed this. Land sale 2 is also located on South Virginia Street. This parcel is also not located on a corner, and a median also affects the access to northbound traffic. This parcel sold for $27 a square foot on December 20th, 2024. And the subject's land taxable value does not exceed this. I would like to add that before we apply specific adjustments to a specific parcel, we do look at the neighborhood entirely as a whole and determine if these characteristics are typical within the neighborhood. Because if an adjustment is applied just to one parcel without looking at the neighborhood as a whole, then it may cause inequity. The other concern related was related to restricted delivery access. Other parcels located on South Virginia Street share similar detriment as well, or limited delivery access as a subject. Hobby Lobby is a larger discount store, which is also nearby and has truck access to the side. But if you look to the rear of the parcel, it's very narrow, similar to the subject. This parcel does not have any adjustments and is also valued at $19 a square foot. It is a non-frontage parcel and it's around 4 acres. The subject is a fully occupied shopping center of national names like Panera, Subway, and FedEx, along with the long-term tenants, show that the location has appeal to retail and fast food tenants. If there is a large vacancy in the future, it will be reviewed during annual reappraisal and determine if any obsolescence is warranted. Another concern brought forward by the petitioner is the quality class equalization. In regard to the quality class, the subject features masonry walls with multiple finishes, including decorative stone veneer. The buildings feature package AC, somewhat small office areas, open ceilings, and adequate lighting and restrooms. These characteristics fit the average quality class based on the Marshall and Swift occupancy data. And I'll just read up the description for an average discount store per Marshall and Swift. Discount stores are typically large open shelves with some partitioning for offices and storage areas. The average quality discount store is usually an industrial shell with some interior finish and partitioning and very little storefront.
Which was that you just read?
The discount store occupancy for an average.
And do you have it for the 1.5,
That is for averages of quality class of 2.0.
2.0?
Yes.
Do you have a description for the 1.5?
So there is, yes, I do. But it's not, the main description for the Marshall and Swift discount store lists what an average is. And then if it's low or good, it's separated by the exterior walls, like a description under each of it. So the main description is based on an average. Another note I want to mention is approximately 88% of discount stores and shopping centers along South Virginia Street have a quality class of 2.0 or greater. I do have an example of an inferior parcel of a quality class of 1.5 that can be seen on page 115. This is currently a donation center and a paint store. The building's exterior is concrete block, plain, no ornamentation, very limited storefront, glazing, and minimal interior finish. When compared to the subject, this property is inferior. The petitioner also mentions other properties with a quality class of 1.5. For example, the Ulta and Fire Creek. So the biggest difference we can see with this is between the subject is the exterior. The comp is very boxy, plain, finishes block and stucco, has no additional decorative finish, columns or metal canopies like the subject. Another comp mentioned by the petitioner in the same part, the shopping center, the Ross and the TJ Maxx buildings, similar to the Ulta, the building is relatively plain with one exterior block finish, no added ornamentation like the subject, and minimal storefront building. Do you want to mention another comp with quality class of 2.0 or greater? Should be the Hobby Lobby, which is also nearby. Since the year built was also brought up by the petitioner, I would like to mention that all of these buildings on the subject are being depreciated to the original year built.
You
So
have
therefore,
5
this
minutes
will
remaining.
Consider any outdated characteristics of the building. Whole Foods was mentioned. The building itself, that greater quality, the Whole Foods is in a different occupancy. It's a supermarket occupancy, and it does have an above average quality class. The freeway was also mentioned, or the subject is backs the freeway. There is no adjustment for this characteristic. So So all other parcels that do not back the freeway are valued the same. So in conclusion, we strongly believe that the land value is not out of equalization based on similar properties in the neighborhood, which are also being valued at the same base value. And the quality cost is appropriately cost at average quality per the Marshall and Swift quality class guidelines. Thank you.
Mr. Churchfield?
A couple points I'd just like to rebut there is the law states equalization. We're here for equalization specifically. TJ Maxx, Home Goods, those are heavy hit lacings. The interior build outs of those spaces are significantly above and beyond the interior build out of all of the Kitchener spaces. And I would like to bring up Save Mart Grocery. The land value on Save Mart on McCarran is $13.60. That parcel is probably very similar in size to the subject. So that one's receiving $13.60 on a very heavily trafficked road on McCarran Boulevard, which is the understanding why.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. I need you to sit closer to the microphone or put the
All right.
microphone closer to you. Thank you.
So again, directly across the street, the land value is $12 a foot. Thai Lotus is $13.60 a foot. It's a tiny little parcel. It's within the Home Depot shopping center, and it's directly across the street from the subject. Save Mart, $13.60 per foot. Very similar size parcel, the one on McCarran and Neal or Kitsky. And then, talking about Alta, the inside of Alta has salon space. It's very nice build out. It's a higher build out than the subject. Hobby Lobby also has a massive parking lot. The subject property is the smaller parking lot hurts the tenants. You don't get as good of a quality tenant with a smaller parking lot because there's not the ability for as many people to come in and buy merchandise and etc. So it's to say, well, it's a smaller parcel, this and that. Well, yeah, but you can't achieve the same tenant mix as the TJ Maxx Center. And again, they're talking about it being square. Well, it has much newer, much better dock delivery systems, partitioned out delivery space, full build out drop ceilings. That applies to a quality class. It's not just because it's a square or one is a square with line space. We just have, it's very, petitioners having a very hard time with the land values being significantly lower directly across the street and based on the other reasons on the quality class.
Thank you. We'll move on to questions now. And just so I can, Mr. Churchfield, where in your materials is there your picture of TJ Maxx?
Let's see. It is.
Oh, I found it. It's in the board packet for parcel number 040-16252. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pages in for TJ Maxx. And so you've taken some pictures here of the exterior, and are these other two pictures the interior?
Yes, they are.
And what is it? You're saying that this is 1.5 and it's
Correct.
as good or similar to what yours should be?
Absolutely.
And which picture are we looking at to compare it to? Ski Pro, the prior page?
Let's see. Yes.
Ms. Arias, are you following those? I can look at it and see things like, the ceiling finish, the floor finish, what is it that you're seeing that justifies TJ Maxx being 1.5, but Ski Pro being a 2.0?
I think one of the biggest differences, as I mentioned, would be based on the exterior facade of the subject.
Okay,
Yeah, more storefront glazing, more parapets, has that angled entry.
Kevin Orrock, is that, you're saying that's the difference between Ski Pro and TJ Maxx or the subject property?
Yes, the subject versus a TJ Maxx.
But what's the difference? Why is Ski Pro 2.0 and TJ 1.5?
So I'll stand on my previous statement for, I would say the exterior would be the biggest difference. I wouldn't say the interior would be superior than TJ Maxx.
actually, the interior looks inferior.
Exactly.
It looks inferior to TJ Maxx. How do you weigh that in your office? You know, somebody referred to this as lipstick on a pig. You know, you put on a nice facade, but the inside is still the old unfinished floor, unfinished ceiling.
For this parcel, I would like to, or for the subject, I would like to refer to the Marshall and Swift occupancy on page 105. I'm not the appraiser for the other neighborhood, but based on Marshall and Swift, the average characteristics for a discount store are that tilt-up brick or block, steel columns for the exterior, interior finish, their drywall, small office area, adequate lighting and restrooms, HVAC, package AC, which, and then the description of the discount store that I previously mentioned, being the quality class of 2 average fits that for the subject.
And are both TJ Maxx and Ski Pro the same construction class, the same discount store?
The same occupancy?
Yeah, same.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Mr. Churchfield, same question for you. Can you identify in these pictures the specific things that you think make yours more sim?
Absolutely.
Or maybe TJ Maxx should be a 2.0.
Or 2.5. If that's the hard time I'm having, is TJ Maxx is very superior. You have grid ceiling, that costs a lot of money to put a grid ceiling in. It's a very expensive process. You have build outs for each department. You have a restroom facilities in there. You also have fitting rooms that are built out, which cost a lot to construct, that break down in the wall and all that. So again, from building articulations and et cetera, TJ Maxx, it also has, back dock doors, partitioned out space for deliveries and et cetera. From an equalization standpoint, I just keep going back to, if that's a 1.5, and this TJ Maxx has been brought before the assessor's office numerous times on numerous reappraisal cycles, and they haven't changed it. So that's what I'm going, that is the benchmark of 1.5 in my eyes, because that center sold for $40+ million, unlike the subject that sold for significantly less.
Okay.
So
Let's turn to the next page, the Ross and Office Depot page.
yeah,
Is there, you've got an interior shot. What is that an interior picture of?
that's the floor space in Ross. As you can see, it's a drop ceiling that's all gridded out. They have a security system in there to monitor everything. And again, that's the jewelry counter when you walk in the door. So it's hard to take a shot because obviously they have clothes and stuff. I'm unfortunately not taller than the clothes racking. But again, that's where it's all partitioned out. It's not an open ceiling like the subject. All that stuff comes with great costs.
Ms. Arias, is the Ross space also a discount store?
Diana Arias for the record, yes.
What are you seeing in these pictures of Ross and comparing it to Ski Pro and saying Ross should be a 1.5 and Ski Pro should be a 2.0?
I think the same statement as prior, the exterior facade, because the interior, like I said, I cannot say that the subject would be superior to the Ross or the Office Depot.
On the next page, you've got the prior sports authorities. The pictures there, is the space now empty?
Yeah, it's currently out for being marketed for lease. Sports Authority, I believe, went bankrupt. This was a purpose built for Gart Sports initially. And again, it had all the different departments. As you can see, it has the fitness section, rubber flooring, drop ceiling in the clothing area, finished off partition space, super tall building, newer construction than the subject and everything. Purpose built for like a ski pro.
Mm-hmm. And
doesn't the tenant pay for that stuff?
Depends
lot of
on
that
the
stuff?
structure of the deal. A lot of the time, to command a tenant like Sports Authority or so forth, that has to be burdened by the developer. And again, it's all structured within the lease and we aren't privy to those lease agreements.
and I think regardless of who pays for it to be put in, it ends up as property to be assessed.
You're correct.
And it gets assessed to the owner of the property. Right. So, Ms. Arias, on that prior sports authority, these pictures, what do you see in those that warrant the 1.5 as opposed to the 2.0 for Ski Pro?
For this one, I do see more similarities in the interior finish. And the exterior, I would rely on the exterior as well. Like the prior comps. And I also want to know all these properties are within the same, let's say, shopping center, the Fire Creek shopping center.
Mm-hmm.
So I think these properties are all utilized within that neighborhood or that shopping center.
Thank you. Does anybody else have further questions on quality class?
Yes, Corey Burke. The assessor's office mentioned that the exterior facade was part of the reason for the difference in quality class. When they updated the facade, did you guys change the quality class?
Diana Arias for the record. So there's a total of 4 parcels in the subject shopping center. So I believe the first parcel that was updated was the parcel that includes the Ocean Nail and Spa business. And at that time, that quality class was increased to a 2.0. And it wasn't, actually, I do reference. Sorry. Let's see. So on page 80 in the packet, those are the after pictures after the exterior facade update.
Which case?
Oh, it's on the 158.
158.
Yes.
And
Page 80. So those are the after, and then the pictures of the before are located on page 84. So you can see that the exterior was, upgraded, and not just, updated like a, paint job or there was actually some architectural change on the front, of the front of the facade. Some roof touches were added on the front. So at that point in time, that quality class was increased. However, then later there was this phase two. And this is more recently, I believe in 2023. The first one was in 2016. And the quality classes were not updated at that point in time. For the line shop, the one facing or frontage on Virginia Street, the discount store parcel, and then the other neighborhood shopping center, and that includes the vet hospital.
So some of the buildings on this site are at 1.5.
Yeah.
And some are at 2.0.
The two parcels are at a 1.5 are a neighborhood shopping center occupancy, and then the ski pro is at a polyplaza 2.0.
Is Ski Pro the only one at
The
2.0?
discount store, no, and then the Ocean Elm Spa that
that
had a
2.0?
2016 permit to a big. And these buildings also do
Miss
have,
Arias, could you please get closer to the microphone?
sorry about that. These buildings also have different year built, so that they were built at different times.
And in terms of looking at this 2.0 quality class, we focused on Ski Pro. Mr. Churchfield, do you have pictures of the spa? That is apparently the other building that's at 2.0.
I don't have the inside photos of that because the inside was not changed to my knowledge when the outside construction was done. I mean, most of it's still dated or what the tenant has done by any.
Ms. Arias, I've kind of focused on pictures Mr. Churchfield presented, which may be biased in his favor. Do you have examples in your materials of the 2.0 and the 1.5 that you would like us to look at?
Yes, I do. Pull that up so I can refer to the page. It's going to start at page 110,
In which case?
in the case 158.
What page?
110. I did put the first quality class comp is for a neighborhood shopping center. This is the Del Monte Plaza, so it's
Which
close to the Whole Foods.
in terms of neighborhood shopping center, the portion of the subject property that's neighborhood shopping center is also 1.5. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't have to focus on that.
Mhm.
Focus on the discount store. Because well, maybe is the spa.
Well, the spa is part of the neighborhood.
Okay,
shopping center
okay, so go ahead.
occupancy. And I included most of the neighborhood shopping centers because three out of the 4 parcels are into that. And then I mentioned prior on page 115, this is the discount store occupancy.
Mhm.
This is a quality class of 1.5. So I had already briefly talked about it, the paint store and the donation center. So I believe this is what a 1.5, a quality class of 1.5 building would look like, and I believe the subject is superior to this.
Mhm.
In this building. And inside of the donation drop-off center, it's minimal finish, more,
Right.
warehouse like.
There are no other questions on quality class. I'd like you to go back to the,
I've got one.
oh, go ahead.
What's the big focus on drop ceilings? Because, I mean, I see new buildings and real cool construction lately that has concrete floors and no drop ceiling.
I'd love to speak to that. I'm a builder by trade, so cost. It used to be drop ceilings. Like, if you look at, the packet for Ocean Nails, you'll see in there the Alta, it's got a drop ceiling in there based on your use. So again, it's got the trick lighting in there, it's got all that, and that's very high cost stuff that that tenant requires, specifically requires. So a lot of these guys will require it. Crack, by example, did not require it, so why put it in? They'll deal with concrete floors. Kind of like, I build a lot of houses. I'm looking at concrete floors because the LVP cost is a lot. And if I can get away with staying concrete, boy, I sure love to do that. It's just the building costs have come up so much with all the fees and everything else that everybody's trying to save. But a lot of those, what you're referring to, you'll see a lot of the chrome ducting.
Mhm.
This doesn't happen. So again, that ducting comes with a price too. Again, that spiral ducting. costs
Sorry,
money.
you need to get closer to the microphone.
Sorry. That spiral ducting costs a lot to distribute that system, unlike the giant return that's sitting in the middle.
Yeah, to me, I don't know. I look at lowered ceilings and I just look at places for stains to collect. But I'd rather not have them.
Ms. Arias, if you could go to page 3 of your reply, it's got that color-coded map
Oh,
of land values. And I just want to understand what I'm looking at. On that map, there is a star on what I believe to be the property we're talking about.
you're correct.
And how many parcels is it?
It's comprised by, the owner owns 4. And then there's one parcel that has a Taco Bell, but it's a separate owner.
Oh, the corner.
Mhm.
Oh, but they have access through his property to get to the Taco Bell. Yeah, and, okay. So it's 4 parcels. Taco Bell's not included. And did you value them, each parcel individually? Or did you look at them as a single unit of valuation for establishing the land value?
Diana Arias for the record. So we valued them separately because we did value that wine shop parcel at the $21 a square foot for having frontage, and the rest at the $19 a square foot. However, even combining those, I believe they were be under 5 acres. So they would still be valued at the $19 a square foot.
Because, you know, I think these parcels are operated as a unit. And I don't think you could sell one parcel or another parcel. I think in the market, if somebody were going to sell this, they'd sell it as a unit. And for full cash value or full land value, you'd look at the whole acreage of the unit. But what you're telling me is that either way, it's going to end up with $19 a square foot.
Because it would be below the 5 acres.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a question. Why? And I'm not familiar with Reno at all. I did see your store when I was driving in last night from Elko, though. I saw Trek so it is visible from the freeway pretty easily. You just drive by it every day, so maybe you don't see that. But why is Kitsky Lane land so much less per square foot than everything on Virginia Street?
Diana Arias for the record. I did mention, so the large parcels those are valued much lower. But there are those smaller parcels that I mentioned prior that are at the $22 a square foot and $17 a square foot. And those are on Pittsky. it's
So
not-
Kitskis they're larger, it's larger
Like
blocks.
the specific parcels that were brought up, yes, those are larger parcels. So there's economies of scale that comes into play.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll close it and thoughts?
I do have thoughts. Curtis isn't from here, but I am. And ingress egress, I believe, is a problem with this parcel. I personally avoid this parcel at all costs. I do not like going there. It is not
Yeah.
easy to get in and out of. If you look at the map, I do not believe there's an equalization issue. I think the price per square foot is probably correct, but maybe something in regards to a traffic adjustment or something along those lines might be appropriate for this specific parcel, because I do believe it's a problem.
I'll just reiterate, yeah, I used to live down Del Monte Lane just a little ways. And so, yeah, I'm very familiar with this property. And whenever I was gonna go there, I'd have to think in my head first, which way do I want to approach it from? So, yeah, there's an access issue. And, you know, so I agree with you there. Any other comments? Any thoughts on the quality class issue? You know, just in looking at the pictures, you know, I realize Marshall Swift is a hard one because they don't give you necessarily enough guidance. But I think that Ski Pro, the pictures he's provided me of Ski Pro and the ones he's compared them to, make it look like Ski Pro's no better than the other 1.5s that he's identified. It does look better than the 1.5s that Miss Arias has identified, you know, so.
And I think that makes it hard. So usually I would defer to the assessor, who is kind of the expert on the quality class, and they go out and try and equalize everything as a whole. The one thing I'm unsure of is they said the quality class on the Ocean Nails did increase to a 2.0, but I'm unclear if that's when it became a spa or when they did the exterior facade, because when you look at the before pictures, there was nothing special about the building.
Somebody like to make a motion?
Corey Burke, for the record, I would move to uphold the assessor's quality class on the subject parcel and apply a 10% traffic adjustment to the land on all 4 parcels.
I would second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion regarding? Question? No? Let's vote. Usually I look to you to start, but you
I made the motion.
made the motion. I know. Devin?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Oh, aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. I think the overall bent of what I'm getting is we leave old properties the way they are, because when you fix them up, you're penalized for that. And then also, we're trying to attract national tenants and the best quality tenants to go to these larger parcels that have to be over 10 acres so they can get a lower rent, because lower rent basis, because all these taxes pass on to our tenants in all of this. So that is an issue, that when the tenants pay for this rent through taxes, that the tax goes up and down, Why wouldn't they go to a larger space? And then you're gonna have all these vacant little parcels because everybody's attracted to 10 acres or 15 acres, whatever you want. So it enhances the larger shopping centers to get more tenants because they have a lower tax factor. And triple net, like every tenant we've been talking about today has a triple net rent that the tax that are passed on to the tenant. So tenants are attracted to places with lower tax. Because from a development and community, we all live in a community, and we want buildings to be restored and rehabilitated. But when this kind of stuff happens, it doesn't encourage people to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
It is,
We're running still ahead of schedule, so.
Yeah.
At your pleasure, we can go to the next one,
um,
or we can break for lunch.
well, the next case is we won't call till after 1 o'clock. So it's possible we could do it.
Minutes
Yeah,
for last time.
so we could, but it's noon. Why don't we break for lunch?
Okay.
And then, does that work? Okay. We will take a break and reconvene at 1:10. Is that? Or maybe I should say 1 o'clock. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock.
All right, everyone, we are back on the record. It is 1 p.m. Again, for those of you that will be testifying this afternoon, if you will stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you hereby swear that your testimony during this proceedings will be truthful, and if so, say I do. Thank you. You may be seated. For the record, this is Adrian Roberts Larson. The next case to be heard is State Board Case Number 26-118, relates to residential property at Sky Castle Revocable Living Trust dated 9/22/22, located at 1686 Wellington West, Carson City, Nevada, APN 007-371-09. Trustees Richard Chiang and Gretchen Stannerson filed this petition on the Carson City Board of Equalization Action for tax years 2026 to 2027 on the secured roll. In accordance with NAC 361.703 subsection 4, parties served with a response to a brief, memorandum, or other written explanation may reply in writing. Unless the state board otherwise directs, the written explanation must be filed with the state board and served on the other parties not later than 3 days after serves the response. In the matter of case number 26-118, the petitioner submitted a motion to admit a late filed rebuttal response for the state board's consideration. The assessor's response brief in this matter was received on May 14th, 2026. The petitioner's reply brief was received by the state board on May 21st, 2026. Mr. Chair. If you, I'm sorry, Chair. If you're on, do we have anyone online? Court reporter, okay. There's just a lot of background noise. For the court reporter, can you hear us clearly?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Paul Bancroft. I'm the chair of the State Board of Equalization. Who will be speaking on behalf of the petitioner, Sky Castle? Please state your name.
Richard Chang, for the
And-
record. Yes.
And,
Gretchen Stannerson.
okay, thank you. Who will be speaking on behalf of Carson City?
Shannon Silva, Chief Deputy Assessor. And I have with me our district attorney, Michaela Nieves.
Oh.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay.
And the assessor is also here as well, Kimberly Adams.
Good. It looks like we have two matters to consider first. One is this, there appears to be new evidence attached to a submission made by Sky Castle concerning its information regarding potential conflicts of interest. Does Carson City have an objection to the entry of that evidence?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Michaela Nieves, Deputy District Attorney. Our objection is that this is not new evidence. It was evidence that was obtained before the adjournment. And according to the statute, if it was available and discoverable by the petitioner before the meeting adjourned, then it's not new evidence. Additionally, our position is that this is not pertinent evidence to the matter at stake here because it deals with the conflict of interest and this is not the correct forum. So with this, we will leave it up to the board to decide what weight you would like to give this evidence.
Thank you. There is a standard for our admission of new evidence. Do you care to address whether we admit that or not admit it?
Richard Chang. So this evidence was not available to us prior to the hearing in February. None of the parties had made this disclosure. We feel that it is definitely a critical part that goes part and parcel with the hearing. And due to the fact that it was not disclosed to us prior to the hearing, we feel that the state board should weigh heavily on this and at least their minimum review this.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any thoughts on the on whether or not we admit the new evidence, the evidence concerning potential conflicts of interest? I'll just share, my basic thought is this board is not a forum for consideration of potential conflicts for county board members. I personally think that the appropriate remedy would be to go to the Ethics Commission. We have competence to look at valuation issues, or we have jurisdiction to look at valuation issues and not necessarily conflict of interest issues. So I'll make a motion that we not accept the new evidence into the record.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. There was also an issue regarding a late filed brief. And would you please?
The county has no objection to the admission of that late evidence. It is true that it was filed 2 days late. I don't even know if I would have realized that. And on our side, because it's been almost 2 weeks since the filing, we've had the opportunity to review it and
Okay.
are ready to proceed.
Okay, so we'll allow that filing as, or treat that filing as timely. Let's move on to presentation of your case. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the State Board. My name is Richard Chang. I'm here with Gretchen Stannerson today as co-trustees of the Sky Castle Revocable Living Trust regarding the assessment of our property located at 1686 Wellington West. At the outset, I want to make clear that this appeal is not what this appeal is not about. We do not contend that the Carson City Assessor lacked authority to employ mass appraisal techniques, stratification, allocation methods, or vacant land sales data. Nevada law permits those methodologies. The issue before the board is whether those methodologies were applied uniformly, supported by verifiable market evidence, and adequately documented as required by Nevada law. This appeal ultimately comes down to one central question. Why did Wellington West or Wellington Crescent receive approximately 47% land value increases while nearby 1 acre West Side residential neighborhoods, including Cogorno Way, immediately adjacent to Wellington Crescent and Plantation Drive, received increases of approximately 8.4%. Members of the board, we have organized our presentations into 3 sections. First, the disparity itself. Second, the missing market support. Third, the undocumented adjustments, followed by a brief closing.
Section 1, the 47% versus 8 point.
Please state your name.
Oh, I apologize. Gretchen Standerson for the record. Wellington Crescent received approximately a 47% increase in land value. By contrast, nearby 1 acre West Side residential neighborhoods, including Cogorno Way and Plantation Drive, received increases of approximately 8.4%. This is not a small difference. It is not a 12% versus 8%. It is not a 15% versus 10%. It is approximately 47 versus 8.4%, over 5 times as much. The disparity itself raises an important question. What market evidence demonstrates that Wellington Crescent warranted a land value increase more than 5 times greater than nearby 1 acre residential neighborhoods? The assessor's response explains the methodology utilized. What is less clear is the market evidence supporting the magnitude of this difference. We acknowledge that neighborhoods need not receive identical assessments. Different neighborhoods may appreciate differently. The issue is whether the record adequately explains why Wellington Crescent warranted a substantially larger land value increase than immediately adjacent 1 acre residential neighborhoods, sharing many similar characteristics such as view, west side location, and access to open space. If Wellington Crescent truly warranted a land value increase more than 5 times greater than immediately adjacent 1 acre west side neighborhoods, the record should contain clear market evidence explaining why. We have carefully reviewed the record and have not found that explanation. The absence of the documentation is a central issue before the board. That explanation is not clearly documented in the record before the board. The larger the disparity, the greater the need for clear market support. That support is what we submit is missing here.
Section 2, where is the documented market support? Richard Chang for the record. We are not asking this board to reject mass appraisal. We are not asking this board to substitute its appraisal judgment for that of the assessor. The question is whether the resulting valuation is supported by documented market evidence. The assessor repeatedly states that Wellington Crescent warranted a significantly larger increase. However, the record does not clearly identify the market evidence demonstrating why Wellington Crescent warranted a land value increase approximately 5 times greater than nearby 1 acre adjacent west side neighborhoods. For example, where is the documented analysis demonstrating the degree of appreciation unique to Wellington Crescent? We're not asking the board to assume Wellington Crescent could not have appreciated more rapidly. We are asking where the record demonstrates that it did. Where is the documented adjustment showing why nearby 1 acre neighborhoods should not be treated similarly? Where is the analysis explaining why 47% increase was warranted rather than an increase more consistent with neighboring properties? We respectfully submit that the issue is not the existence of a methodology. The issue is whether the resulting conclusion is supported by sufficient market evidence and documentation. The record does not clearly answer that question.
Gretchen Standerson for the record. The record also does not clearly document adjustments for several factors discussed throughout this appraisal. First, lot size differences. The record does not clearly identify how differences between smaller parcels and Wellington's 1 acre parcels were adjusted and quantified. Second, Property Owners Association, POA obligations and infrastructure burdens. Wellington property owners incur expenses associated with maintaining roads and infrastructure. The record does not clearly document how those obligations were analyzed and reflected in the valuation process. Third, changing market conditions. We presented evidence suggesting changing market conditions during the relevant valuation period. The assessor states that the greater weight was given to more recent sales. However, the record does not clearly identify the calculations or adjustments that were applied. We are not suggesting these factors were necessarily ignored. Rather, we submit that the record does not clearly document how these factors were accounted for and how they contributed to a 47% increase. That lack of documentation becomes particularly important when the resulting valuation differs so substantially from neighboring 1-acre residential properties.
In our closing, Richard Chang for the record, in our closing, members of the board, I will conclude with 3 points. First, the disparity is unexplained. Wellington Crescent received 47%. Immediate adjacent 1-acre neighborhoods received 8.4%. The assessor's response explains how Wellington was valued, but it does not clearly explain why that disparity exists. The larger the disparity, the greater the need for documented market support. That support is not in the record. Second, the assessor's own words raise questions that the board should carefully consider. The assessor's statement that the 47% increase was imposed to, quote, make up for prior years raises substantial questions about whether the valuation was based on current market evidence as Nevada law requires. The issue is not whether the assessor can adjust values to reflect market conditions. The issue is whether the record contains documented market evidence supporting a 47% increase for Wellington Crescent, while immediate adjacent 1-acre neighborhoods received only 8.4% increases. Third, the Nevada Supreme Court has spoken on this issue. In State Board of Equalization versus Basque, the Nevada Supreme Court held that materially different treatment of similar situated properties must be supported by the record and applied uniformly. We submit that the record here does not adequately explain the disparity between Wellington Crescent and immediately adjacent 1-acre residential neighborhoods. We are not asking the board to infer that the assessor's conclusion is wrong. We are asking the board to determine whether the record adequately supports that conclusion. What we are asking for is simple. We are not asking the board to reject mass appraisal. We are not asking this board to substitute its judgment for that of the assessor. We're asking whether similar situated properties may receive dramatically different treatment without documented, verifiable market support for that disparity. The existing record does not provide that support. Therefore, we respectfully request that the state board reverse the county board's decision and adjust the land valuation to a level consistent with the treatment applied to similar situated 1-acre west side properties, which we calculate would result in an approximate land value of $260,160. Alternatively, the board believes additional factual development is necessary. We respectfully request remand for a new hearing before a properly constituted and impartial county board panel with instructions to apply uniform methodologies and document all adjustments as required by Nevada law. The issue is not whether the assessor used the right tools. The issue is whether those tools were applied uniformly, supported by verifiable market evidence, and adequately documented. On this record, we respectfully submit that they were not. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Do they have time left?
5 minutes.
I just have a quick question. You know, I was looking at your the brief you filed, which must be what page am I for? Okay. It's the petitioner's motion to admit late filed rebuttal. Do you have a copy of that in front of you? At page 4 of that document, Mr. Chang, you cite to NRS 361.2272. And provide a quote, which you say is from that statute, but I don't believe that quote's accurate. Do you see what I'm referring to?
We don't have the same document in front of us that you do.
It's the document you filed.
We just didn't have a copy of it with us.
Oh.
Apologies, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move on. Go. Sorry. Ms. Adams, please.
Shannon Silva, Chief Deputy Assessor,
Silva.
Carson City, for the
Okay,
record.
where are we? Oh, okay.
So the appellant's property is located in the Wellington Crescent subdivision, which is in the Market neighborhood consisting of the subdivisions Wellington Crescent, Kensington, Longview, and Adams Estates. They are all in the same geographic vicinity with custom-built homes on non-subdividable parcels. Each subdivision has private streets or either an HOA, PUD, or POA. These are the only subdivisions in Carson City with all of these attributes. Additionally, Wellington Crescent and Adams Estates are gated, and Wellington Crescent property owners collectively own the streets. This property sold on September 29th, 2022 for $1,865,000, which falls into the older end of the range of the statutory allowable sales dates and was included in the analysis that determined the allocated land value for this neighborhood. Single-family land in Carson City proper can be classified into 4 general categories: small parcel, high-density subdivisions, parcels under 0.4 acres, parcels ranging from 0.5 to 1.25 acres, and parcels from 1.4 acres to 5 acres. In all of Carson City proper, there are approximately 428 vacant parcels, which include parcels in subdivisions under development. 75 parcels are with the 1.5 to 1.25 acre range. Vacant parcels in this size range do not come on the market on a regular basis. Vacant sales countywide illustrate that buyers consider parcels between 0.5 and 1.25 acres to be comparable substitutes to 1 acre parcels if they are within a desired location. Conversations with local realtors working with potential buyers have further supported the market data that we see. In determining the land value, vacant land sales are first considered, but because of the potential for higher selling prices resulting from a scarcity of vacant land, the allocation method is also utilized. So we're looking at 2 methods for each neighborhood when we value land. There were 8 vacant land sales in the market area during the statutory timeframe. 3 of the sales occurred within the last 15 months of the statutory lien date and were the most comparable in parcel size and subdivision age. The vacant land sales analysis using all vacant sales resulted in a base lot value of $375,000, which you'll find in Exhibit 2 on State Board page 99. This is less than the resulting land value using the last 15 months of vacant sales. As vacant sales countywide of 0.5 to 1.25 acre parcels indicate the sizes within this range are comparable substitutes throughout the county, no adjustments for size were made. Adams Estates is a new development with homes currently being built. This development did create an atypical number of vacant sales between 2022 and 2023 in this neighborhood. Those sales prices were reflective of 3 vacant sales in the other 3 subdivisions in the prior 2021 year. There were no vacant sales in the other subdivisions during the timeframe these sold. The fact that sales in Adams Estates reflected those available sales of 1 acre parcels in the other 3 subdivisions further supports the principle of substitution for parcels within the parcel size range. Additionally, in Exhibit 2, State Board page 100, you'll find a sales comparison approach of vacant sales, and Exhibit 5, State Board page 118 of improved properties, prepared for the County Board of Equalization using the most comparable sales to the subject property. The allocation approach produced a median land value of $353,500 with an average value of $368,060. This analysis can be found in Exhibit 3 on State Board page 108. An allocation of 28% was applied to the sales based on the analysis found in Exhibit 4, State Board page 115. When checked for reasonableness, this percent fell in the middle of the historical allocation range tracked from the inception of Wellington Crescent subdivision to date. The current total taxable value of sold properties compared to their sales prices averaged 33% below market value. Comparing the results of all methods of valuation, we applied the most conservative of the values to ensure our land value, when added to the improvements, do not exceed market value. An in-depth land analysis, as recommended by the Department of Taxation during the 23-24 ratio study, was started and is, as noted in our 26-27 study, still underway. To ensure this analysis is done properly, in conjunction with it, we are evaluating land for equalization within the neighborhoods and the county, ensuring properties are in the correct neighborhoods, evaluating existing neighborhoods to determine if any can or should be combined, split apart, or if sub-areas within the neighborhoods are needed, reviewing processes in establishing past values and correcting any inadequacies discovered, and upon processes and updating processes to ensure compliance with NRS and NEC. We have also abandoned the use of in-house created spreadsheets and replaced them with the land valuation sheets provided by the department. When analyzing this neighborhood, it was discovered that land values in the past were continually low. It was further discovered that they have been significantly low since the year 1990. The variance between full cash value and taxable value has snowballed since then, as sales prices have continued to increase in this neighborhood, while land values continued to be significantly below full cash value. For sales contained within the 26-27 sales analysis were able to be matched paired to sales from 1920 through 25-26, and sales prices of these 4 parcels increased by an average of 58%. Unfortunately, as a result of an aggressively conservative approach to land valuation in the past, the correction of this inadequacy caused land values in this neighborhood to increase by 47%. This is the nexus of the petitioner's appeal. It appears that the petitioner believes that his neighborhood value should increase equally to properties in the subdivisions across the street from his subdivision, which is in a different market neighborhood. However, properties, as he stated, do not increase or decrease equally in different market areas. And failures of our office in the past to keep up with land value increases do not provide us a pass in complying with state law today. To be in compliance with NRS and NAC, it was necessary to bring land values to full cash value in this neighborhood. The same methodology is being applied countywide as the in-depth review is performed in each neighborhood. Neighborhoods that have not experienced the same market increases over time and whose land values remain more in line with the market did not see as significant increases in land value, while others throughout the county have had similar or higher increases. Resulting land values from all methods analyzed produce total values higher than our current taxable value, do not exceed full cash value, and support $353,500 established site value. Therefore, the assessor's office recommends the decision of the County Board of Equalization be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, you have time to reply.
Richard Chang for the record. Deputy Assessor states that the sales within Wellington Crescent is a point of contention. We believe that the sale may be irrelevant evidence, but Wellington Crescent contains approximately 65 1-acre parcels. Those transactions alone do not automatically establish the entire neighborhood that warranted a 47% increase relative to adjacent 1-acre neighborhoods not more than 15 feet away. The issue remains whether the record adequately demonstrates why that increase was warranted. We believe it does not. Further, we state that there are specific evidence that is missing in this assessment. We believe that the neighborhood differentiation does not, the record does not clearly identify the market evidence demonstrating why Wellington Crescent warranted a 47% increase, while immediate adjacent 1-acre neighborhoods received approximately 8.4% increases. The record regarding lot size adjustments does not clearly identify how differences in parcel size were quantified and adjusted. The POA and infrastructure obligations were not clearly documented how private road maintaining maintenance obligations that we are harbored with, along with infrastructure burdens, were analyzed and reflected within this valuation. The market condition adjustments, as the state assessor stated, that the greater weight was given to recent sales, but the record does not clearly identify the calculations or adjustments used to account for changing market conditions and the support for magnitude of the increase. Most importantly, the record does not clearly explain why a 47% increase was warranted rather than an increase more consistent with neighboring 1 acre residential neighborhoods. Because of the magnitude of the disparity itself, it raises the question of whether the resulting assessment is adequately supported. If Wellington received 12% and neighboring properties received 10%, the distinction might be relatively modest. Here, however, Wellington received approximately 47%, while immediately adjacent 1 acre properties and neighborhoods received approximately 8.4%. The larger the disparity, the greater the need for clear market evidence explaining why that disparity exists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time for us to ask questions. First, Mr. Chang, I don't think the amount of the increase from last year to this year is relevant. I except to the extent, as you point out, that there's got to be substantiation in the record for this higher value. Just because yours increased by 47% while another increased by less could well be based on the fact that your property was undervalued in prior years and you received the benefit of that undervaluation. So the increase is not in and of itself actionable. What is actionable is there support in the record for this higher value, land value, which I believe is $353,500 for your parcel. And I think you've raised some good questions as to whether that value is substantiated in the record. Ms. Silva, on page 99 and 100, you've listed comparable sales, and you've applied what is stated as a weighted average analysis. I have not seen in the administrative regulations any authority for a weighted average analysis. Can you explain the weighted average analysis?
When we talk about, looking at the more recent sales first, what we're looking at is what's happening over time. So for example, if all of the sales we're permitted to use indicate one value, but the most recent sales indicate that the market is trending down, then we will look at those sales in determining what that final value, in our determination of what to set that final value at. So if prior year sales indicate, when combined with them, provide a higher value, if the market seems to be trending down, then we will be more conservative in setting our values.
I understand that, and the way I understand the regulations to work is that you do in your comparable sales analysis, you make adjustments in that instance for market conditions. Has the market changed, and over time has that declined or not? And you could do a paired sale analysis as to here's what it sold for 2 years ago, here's what it sold for today. There's a 10% decline or a 10% increase. I don't see that analysis.
Well, and
anywhere.
what when we're looking at the sales prior to setting the value, we will first start with the full 3 years of sales that we're allowed to use. We'll then remove the oldest sales, remove the second year sales. So we're looking at each, whether we're looking at 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, we look at them individually prior to making that final determination. And in this case, it didn't make a significant difference. And so while we did look at whether or not to weight the value, whether we needed to weight it, take older sales out, we determined that wasn't necessary.
Well, I don't think it's the question of weighting the sales. You know, I think the regulations require that you do, you make adjustments for factors like time, what's happened, what's the market condition, how's time changed? You make an adjustment for the size of the parcel. Is the size of the parcel
Right.
affecting the
And in
the
this
sale?
case, none of that was necessary.
I disagree. They all didn't sell for the same price on a square foot basis, did they?
No, but
Yeah.
they never, sales never do.
Right, and so you adjust for that. You make an adjustment for size, you make you make an adjustment for time, you make and these are supposed to be, you know, if you look at the regulations, they're supposed to be mathematical changes expressed either in dollar amount adjustments to that comparable parcel or as percentage adjustments to the comparable parcel. So you can come down to a value that these comparables are supporting a value of this for the subject property. And I don't see that in.
And I guess, so on the comparables that we provided for the county board was just to show that our value is in line with what the most comparable sales are. We weren't setting a value based on this analysis. We were just showing that the most comparable properties to his property are all in line.
Right.
We weren't setting value or establishing a value based on that.
But we really can't,
And our value is actually established using allocation.
it's,
And
right, but, well, the regulations provide that you only go to the abstraction methodology if there are insufficient comparable sales. You've identified, what, eight comparable sales? That's sufficient number of
when we
sales.
looked at the vacant sales and we took what the vacant sales were telling us the value should be, we added that to the improvements. There were too many parcels that fell outside of the acceptable range for not exceeding market value. That's why we didn't go with that approach and value based on those vacant sales. We also looked at the allocation method to see where the allocation method came in line because we knew that those were going to be too high. And that is partially a result of the fact that there are not very many vacant land sales that people will pay premiums to get what is left, but we don't want to exceed market value by utilizing too high of a value.
Well, if you go to your allocation chart, I just want to understand how you're applying that. You've got the sales price, it's in the record at page 108.
Yeah, that's one.
Yes, exhibit 3. You've identified the parcels, you've identified the sales price. And then to get to your, and then what did you do to get to your land value from that?
So with the analysis that's in exhibit 5 is how we arrived at our 28% land to building percentage. And that is based on the vacant sales to improved sales. We look at how much, like you said, parcel analysis, how much have prices increased, decreased,
Well,
to determine an
just in-
allocation percentage. And that's where the 28% is. That percentage is then applied to the sale price. That gives us the land value of the sale price
But
for each
so,
sale.
so for example, the second one on the chart is sold for $1.5 million.
Mhm.
And so you subtract an improvement value from that number?
No, we apply the allocation percentage to that to get to the land value. And then we will look at what are the improvements are to determine where is our current taxable value? Are we exceeding markets?
How did you get to the 28%?
That's in Exhibit 5
Which
on
page?
page 118, no. Page 115, state board case, page 115.
115. Okay. I'm on page 115. Can you just walk me through the first one on the page? It's, this is your exhibit,
Yeah, I'm trying to find it in my.
exhibit 4.
So we have on the top portion of that page are all of the improved sales.
Well, let's walk through the first one.
Okay.
The first one on the list
Mhm.
sold for $975,000.
Correct, yes.
What did you subtract from that to come up with?
So
the-
what, in order to come up with that allocation percentage, we looked at the vacant sales at the bottom. Came up with the average and median sale price for the vacant sales. Applied that against the sale price for each of the individual sales up top to determine an average and median percentage of vacant to improved.
So you took the sales price,
And compared it to vacant sales within the same neighborhood. To determine a land value to the entire, against the sale price.
so you essentially divided the sales price of vacant land by the sales price of finished homes.
Yeah, we looked at the average and the median, sale price of all the vacant parcels. And then applied that to each individual sale to determine its average and median. And then looked at all of the improved sales to determine what that allocation percentage would be.
Go ahead. Somebody else may have other questions. Yeah,
I do have questions. Corey Burke for the record. It appears that you increased your ratio to 28% just this last year. Is that correct?
No, the ratio was actually 29% for several years. Looking back in prior years, the appraiser who was here at the time dropped the percentage down to 25%. I could not find any supporting data for that. And then when I did the current analysis, it supported that 28% as what was done prior when we had supporting data.
So I guess my question would be, if it's a current analysis, all the sales on the sheet are 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Because that's when we had vacant sales in order to do the most recent allocation analysis.
But on your vacant land sales chart, you have recent vacant land sales and improved sales in those neighborhoods as well.
We didn't want to put the Adams Estates sales in there.
I agree.
And so we looked, and there were only the 3 sales in Wellington Crescent. But I wanted to go back to where I could actually have a large amount of data. And like, I just didn't feel that currently the data that we had for, at least for continuing with looking at where our, should our allocation percentage be. I was looking at historically moving forward, and we did not do one for the current year.
All right.
Okay,
And had we gone strictly with the vacant land sales, the land value actually would have increased to 375,000 versus the 353 that we ended up with losing allocation.
okay. M- My understanding of what you're referring to as an allocation method, I believe is what the regulations refer to as an abstraction.
Well, if the extraction is in there of its own statute, there are two, it's, extraction and. So when we perform an extraction analysis, we're taking the improvement value and abstracting it out of the sales price to get the land value. One allocation is NAC 361-1204 is the allocation.
Okay, I'm straight now. I see the allocation methodology.
We typically will not deal with abstraction just because we're not on a market-based state. So the value that we have for our improvements is not a market value. So we don't want to artificially overinflate the land by applying a value that may not be market. And the older properties get with our straight line depreciation, the farther away from that we get.
Does anyone else have any questions? Does anybody care to make a motion? Yes.
This is a tough one for me because it's so far under market value. I don't think that's necessarily his argument. I don't love this allocation study, but it does result in a lower land value than the vacant land sales would. So, and I'm not inclined to raise the appellant's land value. I do believe Adams should be a separate subdivision. It is smaller lots and clearly lower land values. I don't like seeing price per square foot on any of these charts for a residential lot. That would never be considered. But all the data still points to that the assessor's value should be upheld. So that's where I'm coming up.
uh, I tend to agree with you. And I'm not, I don't find the valuation, I'm not offended by the valuation. I think the value, probably in the ballpark. What I am disappointed with is the support that's been put together to support that value. I think the petitioners in this case have presented evidence, questions that if a comparable sales analysis had been done, adjustments could have been made to take into account lot size, market decline or market increase, the POA infrastructure difference. Buyers may take that into account. Buyers may not take that into account. But a comparable sales analysis could have made adjustments for those factors and come to a conclusion which may be higher than the value which
Well,
you've assigned
and
them.
we
Which
didn't-
if it is higher than the value you've assigned them, that's okay.
Well, and we didn't feel that an adjustment for all of the properties within this neighborhood all have POAs, HOAs, or PUBs. So they all have those fees associated with them. All of the properties that were used in the allocation percentage are all one acre parcels. The only place where there's a difference in size is in the vacant land analysis. The allocation, there are no improved sales within Adams Estates at this time.
As a general rule, you don't go to allocation because you think it's going to result in a lower number, which is what you did. You go to allocation because there are not sufficient comparable sales. You have sufficient comparable sales.
Well, and
You
when
just
we,
don't talk until I'm done. You didn't finish your comparable sales analysis. So I'm not as disappointed or upset with your the resulting value as to your support for it. And I think that's part of Mr. Chang's irritation, is that he's pointed out these things and they might have been taken into account in a comparable sales analysis. That's all. And that's just my thoughts on it. I'm not asking for a response.
He's looking for a motion.
Mr. Orrick, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we uphold the findings of the county.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes.
Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. State Board Case number 26-111. Relates to personal property, Empire Southwest LLC, located at 3050 East Railroad Street, Winnemucca, Nevada, Humboldt County, APN 05-0253-04. Senior Vice President Richard Cunningham filed his petition on the Humboldt County Board of Equalization Act for tax years 2025, 2026 on the unsecured roll. Mr. Cunningham is represented by his authorized agent James M. Souza Esquire. And once the parties come to the table, we'll be ready, Mr. Smith. And as a matter of reminder, please state your name and then each Chinese student state your name again for the record. Thank you.
Adrian, this is the court reporter. Can you make sure that your microphone is on?
It is. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you better now.
Thank you. This is case 26-111, Empire Southwest. Who will be speaking on behalf of Empire Southwest?
My name is Jim Sousa. I'm an attorney at the Deacon Senior McDonald Law Firm in Tucson. And with us today is Dale Heising from Empire.
And for Humboldt County?
Andy Heiser, Humboldt County Assessor.
There was new evidence with the briefing. I believe it includes advisory opinion 26-003, the property record card for account 000104, property record card for account 001042, and a portion of a transcript from the hearing last year. Does either party have objections to admission of that additional evidence?
I have no objection.
Mr. Heiser?
Andy Heiser, no objection.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the new evidence.
Corey Burke for the record, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Mr. Sousa, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two cases here today, one involving Humboldt and one involving Elko.
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. Please put the microphone closer to you.
Before we start your presentation, in Humboldt County here, it's my understanding this case involves two separate accounts, and the issues regarding those two accounts may be different. So why don't we proceed first with account EQ 000104 involving the rental inventory in the field.
The only the only issue that we're presenting to the board today is whether the heavy, and we call it large and heavy, should be exempted under NRS. And it's on both accounts. It has heavy equipment.
It's my understanding from reading the materials that that is the only issue in account EQ 000104, but in account 001042, Humboldt County is arguing that there was a that the assessment cannot be changed because, am I correct in that?
Andy Heiser for the record, yes, that is the EQ 1042
was an estimated value
Right.
in July by my office.
Right, so there is a distinction between the two accounts, so I'd like to deal with them separately. If we could deal with account 000104 first. I think that will allow us to hear one issue and get one issue resolved.
Okay. I'm trying to find the place in my briefing where we address that. Bit of a surprise. All right. I'll have to find that later. In the count 104, the only argument we have is that the heavy Caterpillar equipment qualifies for the exemption, for property tax purposes, contained in, NRS 361.068. And we've done briefing, both an opening and reply brief. And we've submitted, information in that regard. And so I was going to have my witness answer some questions. And much of this will be the background, which will then be incorporated by reference into the ELCO, so we don't have to go through it again. And then there'll be specific items for Humboldt only, that will certainly go through. So with that, I'm going to ask my witness and Mr. Heising, we have to share the mic here, so we both have to speak up so the court reporter can hear us. As a preparatory matter, we were not here when the hearings began in the morning, and therefore there was a swearing in of the witnesses. We did not participate in that, and we need to do that. So.
Sorry, Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. Just give me a moment. Back page 2 here. All right, raising your right hand. So do you hereby swear that your testimony during these proceedings will be truthful? And if so, say I do.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start off with just a summary. Mr. Heising, we had submitted for the board consideration an opening brief dated January 21st, 2026. Did you have a chance to read that brief, and do you testify as the statements made regarding Empire's information contained therein?
I have, and yes, it's accurate.
Okay. And then Empire filed a reply brief dated May 28, 2026 in the state board. Did you read that brief, and do you testify as the statements made regarding Empire's information contained therein?
I have, and yes, it's accurate.
Okay. Let's just go quickly through your background because we reported the state board last year, although I realize we have a new member. What is your position with Empire?
Controller.
And how long have you had that? Is it, or how long have you been employed by Empire?
44, almost 45 years.
Good. And what are your duties? in
I'm
your
sorry,
job?
this is the court reporter. I cannot understand you. I'm sorry. We need another microphone, or you're gonna have to sit closer.
We're gonna try 2 microphones. Is this a little bit better?
Yes, so far.
Okay, well, we'll try to keep on track then. Did you review the Humboldt County personal property declarations that were filed in July 2025?
Yes.
And at the time the declarations were filed, was Empire disputing the assessor's inclusion of certain Allied and Caterpillar equipment items as being exempt from tax in the State Board of Equalization?
Yes.
What information did Empire then include on its declarations?
We included information on personal furniture, fixtures, and equipment. On account 104, we reported all of the equipment that was out on rent.
Okay.
Whether it was heavy cat, light cat, allied, whatever.
Okay. Why do you use 2 account numbers in Humboldt County?
The separation is what's out on rent and what's physically at our store in Winnemucca.
At the time the declarations were submitted in July of 2025, was there a hearing scheduled for your appeal from the prior year?
Yes.
Okay. Had the hearing occurred yet?
No.
Okay. After the State Board of Equalization decision, did you submit supplemental declarations to the assessor regarding account 1042, but not 104?
Yes.
Okay. And because we're only focusing on 1042 right now, I'll not ask those questions. The Humboldt County Board of Equalization. The hearing was in February 2026. Did you receive a packet that included materials from the assessor's office regarding account 104?
104. Probably, yeah, both, I think, yeah.
Okay. And we're focusing on 104 right now. When you looked at 104, what did you see as far as the assessor's listing of your equipment?
The listing was consistent with what we had provided to the county on July 1st.
Okay. We're going to go into the Empire sales of Caterpillar equipment. Approximately how many Caterpillar equipment items does Empire sell in Nevada in a calendar year?
For 2024, I believe it was about 750.
Okay. And of that amount, how many were new and then how many were used?
The majority of them are new. Refer to my notes for a second. Of the total machines, there were 570 that were new. There were 75 that have been acquired, used, and resold. And there were 96 machines that have been put into our rental fleet, rented for a while, and then sold out of the rental.
Okay. So for the used Caterpillar equipment items that were sold in 2024, how many of them went through the rental fleet were the heavy Caterpillar equipment items?
The ones that went through the rental fleet, there were 25.
Okay. And so you had 25 the heavy cat machines that were sold in 2024 out of 741, all Caterpillar equipment sold. Is that accurate?
Yes.
About 3.5%?
Yes.
Okay. Of all the Caterpillar equipment sold in 2024, how many were the large Caterpillar?
250.
And so the 25 that came out of the rental fleet's about 10%?
Correct.
Okay. When Empire purchases Caterpillar equipment, is it always from the manufacturer with 0 hours?
No.
And explain that.
Sure. The what I've referred to as new equipment would all have been acquired from Caterpillar, possibly traded for with other dealers, if for one reason or another. I'm sorry, the rest of your question?
Just when you buy it, is it always new from the manufacturer?
It's not, because as I mentioned, the sales of 75 used machines, those were acquired either from other cat dealers or from brokers, other sources.
Okay. When you purchase Caterpillar equipment, is the primary purpose to sell the Caterpillar equipment in the regular course of business?
Yes.
Do you provide a certificate to the seller of the equipment that says you're purchasing it for regular sale in the regular course of business?
Yes.
No. And when you do make those sales in the regular course of business, do you pay Nevada sales tax on that?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes due to business needs, do you place some of the Caterpillar equipment in the rental fleet?
Yes.
Why?
To establish kind of a second tier price point for machines, because we'll sell it at the given particular model at a given price as a new machine. If we put it in the rental fleet and rent it for a year or 3 years, we can sell it at a lower price point profitably and undercut some of our competitors who have lesser secondary brands.
Okay. What happens from an accounting standpoint when you place a Caterpillar equipment item in the rental fleet?
We cost it based on the rental income that's earned.
So what does that mean?
We write it down.
Okay. And is that because now it has hours on it, can't be sold as new?
That's correct.
And do you also inform Caterpillar that the warranty period begins to run because it's now got hours put on it?
Because it's been put in the rental fleet, yes.
Okay. So if you're losing the value of a machine because it's no longer new, is there a lot of thought that goes into what kind of machines are going to go into the rental fleet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want to make sure there's enough rental income potential to offset the loss in value of the machine.
Okay. Let's see. Once a Caterpillar item is placed in the rental fleet, does it remain there until its useful life is exhausted?
For the heavy cat machines, no, we keep it in the rental fleet until we see an optimal opportunity to resell. For the smaller cat machines that we shifted gears last summer to hold those for the full duration rather than treating those as something also to be sold at the best opportune time.
And does history tell us that the heavy Caterpillar equipment placed in the rental fleet will sell within 4 years?
Generally, sometimes it goes a little bit longer. It depends on circumstances, but well before it's fully used up.
Okay. Is its Empire's sole purpose in purchasing large Caterpillar, heavy Caterpillar equipment to sell that equipment?
Yes,
And for the smaller Caterpillar equipment, you're saying that the policy is to purchase it and place it, if it gets placed in the rental fleet, it's to stay in the rental fleet until it's exhausted?
that's the current practice.
All
Yeah.
right, and that's a change from prior years when the smaller Caterpillar equipment was also sold out of the rental fleet routinely?
Yes.
Okay, and that comes from where?
That comes from Caterpillar is encouraging dealers to maintain larger fleets of the smaller cat machines and also allied machines like scissor lifts and that sort of thing that we're not dealers for. We're not
You have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. So the Caterpillar sees the opportunity in renting to customers that aren't traditional cat dealer clients. And so they've been encouraging dealers to shift strategy, to hold machines longer. Not normally when in the past, when a machine came back from rent, it would be spiffed up to the point that it would almost look like a new machine. And so part of the shift is not to spend as much cost on maintaining some of the cosmetic issues, but just to make sure that it's a, solid running, reliable machine.
Okay. And on account number 104, I've now identified it in our opening brief, and it's found on our page 7. There are a listing of a number of items on there with a total assessed value of $2,011,646. Are these the heavy cat items that are in account number 104 that Empire is claiming could be exempt from property tax?
That's correct.
Okay. Chair Bancroft, those are all the questions that I had on account number 104.
Would you please point me to that place where you have the list?
Okay, so
It's
it is on our opening brief, which is on page 7. And that may not be helpful because I have to go through and find it. It's with Kate's file. We didn't have the SBA case file when we filed our brief.
Yeah.
So our opening brief begins on page 150 of SBE page 150. And that lists then,
Page,
looks like page SB page 157.
and those are the individual items which you are saying are large cat equipment that should be treated as exempt, but were included in the assessment on account 000104.
Correct.
And had there's been Mr. Heiser has attached to his brief a new property record card for that account. Have you looked at that property record card to confirm that those items are on the property record card?
If you can tell me which exhibit that was. I found it. Because it still has the same acquisition cost of $13,800,000, I'm gonna go with our items are still showing up on his card.
Thank you. We'll then go to Mr. Heiser. Do you want to address the?
Thank you. Andy Heiser, Humboldt County Assessor. So same thing, got to kind of break up our brief here.
which is fine. I think that's the appropriate way to do it. So EQ 104 is what the petitioner declared that was out on rent. I didn't touch this file. It's 141 pieces, so my assumption was they should know what's on rent, so they declared that those, and this account went unaltered, as they mentioned. I guess my argument to that is that whether it's light cat, heavy cat, big cat, small cat, last year during the State Board of Equalization hearing, they mentioned when a piece of equipment goes out on rent day one, they notify Caterpillar that it's now purchased by their rental fleet. It goes into their rental fleet. It's now a used piece of machine. So these are all out on rent on a lease. That means they're in their rental fleet, whether they sell it for 1 to 2 years, like they told the board last year, or 4 years, like they just mentioned now, or 5 years, like they put in their brief. This is now in the rental fleet of their business, and they mentioned they have a separate business license for their rental fleet. So now they're acting just like a rental company in this capacity, in my opinion. And I know the discussion with board member Cadwell last year was you give them that scenario 1 year, goes on rent for another year. And you thought that should be a new sale, and they're the ones who deemed that a used sale because it went on a lease and it's in their rental fleet. So, and you had mentioned it doesn't take very long. Paint doesn't last, not shiny, not very many hours. Well, now we're up to 5 years potentially where these heavy equipment, large cat equipment are going to be rented, and just seems like a long time for inventory that's held by a merchant for sale. Are we, just a question, are we going to get 15 minutes for each account? Is that how you're, okay. So we did receive an advisory opinion 26-003. You can find that on page 168 if you haven't read it yet. I think this advisory opinion allowed the Nevada Assessors Association to take a lot more information and get a lot more detail on the question we asked to receive the opinion back. And I think this opinion is much written a lot more sound than the first one. The first one did seem to create some confusion. It talked about sales and use tax, where this one stuck strictly to property tax statute. So I think that was a better case for us. So we have in the advisory opinion, it says they're taxable unless never leased. I don't think it was discussed as much. I know it wasn't discussed really at all last hearing, but I think the legislation's intent on the heavy equipment exemption bills that came before them 3 different times should play a role in this. The legislature's intent on taxability of an item, in my opinion, plays a large part. And so they denied those 3 bills, and then the next session they came back with SB 196, which allowed the rental companies to add a 2% recovery fee on that tax. I just want to get that right. Oh, I lost it. Recovery tax on the taxability of these pieces of equipment. So, and then, like we always mention, we have the Constitution where we need to be equitably and uniform and equal rate of assessment and taxation. And that's Article 10, Section 1, Article 10, Section 6, enacting an exemption from any ad valorem tax on property. Legislature shall ensure that the requirements for the exemption are similar for similar classes of taxpayers. Now, this is kind of on my other account, but last year we submitted a United Rentals letter, and they were asking for the same exemption. They wanted items that are in their yard, not out on rent, exempted because they're held for sale, both sale and rent, and that exemption wasn't passed along to them. So I think that exemption motion last year was not equitably done. And if you guys do decide to give that out again, I would say it should be done equitably between all rental equipment classes and industry. So that's all I have. Mr. Sousa, would you like to reply?
Thank you. There's a couple follow-up items. Mr. Heising, we had mentioned that a large number of the heavy cat cells within 4 years of being assigned to the rental fleet. Does a lot of the heavy cat also excel within 2 years?
Some does. I don't have a relative percentage
Okay.
because sometimes they're being sold to the person who first rented it, where they're using the rental to develop some equity in the machine.
You heard about the recovery fee bill that went through the Nevada legislature. Does Empire qualify to get a recovery fee on its equipment because it meets the NAISC code for that equipment?
No, Empire operates under a different NAICS code, which is for wholesale and resale of construction and mining equipment.
Okay. And then I guess the final question is, are you competing? No, strike that. Did you get a chance to read the advisory opinion that the assessor had received?
I have not.
Okay. Then I won't ask you anything about it. I think those are all the questions I had in the reply portion. If you want to hear argument, I could do that.
Yes, if
Okay. Keep going. All right. The advisory opinion that was issued has no bearing in this case for multiple reasons that are contained in our reply brief. And I hope that those would be sufficient to convince the board that the advisory opinion itself may be in fact binding on all the assessors, just as the opinion that was received previously is binding on all the assessors because it comes from the Department of Taxation, but it doesn't bind anybody else. It is the department's interpretation of certain statutes, which is subject to challenge by anybody. And we are challenging that that is an incorrect advisory opinion. I think the foundation for it was that there's NRS 361-159, which looks at the prorated use of exempt equipment. And for the reasons put in our reply brief, we don't think that even applies to our case. But for the advisory opinion to use that as a foundation for saying that a piece of brand new equipment that spends 1 day in a rental fleet is now and forever always going to be subject to tax, doesn't even follow what 159 says is the proper treatment, and taxable to the person who put it in the rental fleet, not the person who's actually using it. So the legal analysis that was done in the advisory opinion was quite poorly done, and we think should be ignored by the board because it's not bound by the advisory opinion anyway, even if it had been stellar, and it's nowhere near stellar. It's quite deficient, actually. For account number 104, we think we have met the requirements for personal property held for sale by a merchant. Those are the only words that are operative. And we've identified those properties, and we'd ask you to reduce the assessed value by the amount that we've identified in our brief.
I just have a kind of follow-up question.
Sure.
Because I was present last year at the hearing, and there was testimony. You distinguished Empire from companies who are primarily engaged in equipment rentals, such as United Rentals, Sunbelt Rentals, H&E Rentals, Perk Rentals, all of whom derived over 80% of their revenue from rentals. To the best of your knowledge, are those rental companies still deriving over 80% of their revenue from rentals?
I believe they are.
And Mr. Heising, your testimony last year was that you received less, I think it was less than 15% of your revenue from rental activity. Is that
correct.
still accurate?
Yeah, Empire is primarily in the business of selling equipment, parts and service, and the rental activity is partly to support the needs of our customers for other products and services, and also to take advantage of some profit opportunities.
Mr. Heiser, do you have any other comments on on this first account?
Yeah, just two quick ones, Andy Heiser for the record. One, with expanding your light Caterpillar rental fleet to renting it till the useful life is up, I assume that your rental portion of the 15% is gonna move a little bit. Especially when, you know, a significant amount of the fleet is this small Caterpillar. And then the other thing is, I'm not trying to be an attorney, never want to be an attorney after dealing with this a little bit. You know, I think there was an incredible amount of weight put on the advisory opinion last year, and because of the guidance through the Department of Taxation, I just request that maybe not the same amount of weight, but the same amount of seriousness to that documentation be put on this case today. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the hearing for account number 000104. And just want to make some initial comments. You know, I do think that the department's advisory opinions carry weight. The legislature has charged the Department of Tax with supervising all the tax systems within the state of Nevada, and has given them specific direction to supervise and advise assessors. They've done so by issuing 2 advisory opinions. I don't think those advisory opinions are inconsistent. I think they can be interpreted in a manner which is consistent. And I think that this case presents us with 2 issues that we need to address. First, should the large cat equipment be treated as personal property held for sale by a merchant, which is exempt from tax under 361.068 subsection 1A? And if we answer that question in the affirmative, we need to address a second question. Does the large cat equipment become taxable under NRS 361.159 when it is rented to a business conducted for profit? I think we need to address those 2 questions. In regard to the first question, concerning the applicability of the exemption for personal property held for sale by a merchant, there are 2 views on how this exemption should be interpreted. On one hand, Humboldt County contends that once equipment is rented, it is no longer personal property held for sale by a merchant. From an accounting perspective, it would not be held as inventory, but would become a capital asset. And as such, it should be reported the same as any other personal property held by Empire. On the other hand, we have Empire, who argues that if the primary purpose for purchasing the property is to sell it, the property should be treated as exempt, regardless of whether the property is also leased. That is the issue that the Department of Tax addressed in advisory opinion, the advisory opinion issued on December 18, 2023. In that advisory opinion, the department concluded that when personal property is held for both sale and lease, the taxpayer's primary purpose for holding the personal property will determine whether it is exempt from taxation under 361.068. That advisory opinion addresses the exact issue that's presented today. It does so in a well-reasoned analysis, and it was addressed to the Assessors Association as general guidance to be filed by assessors throughout Nevada. I feel we should follow that guidance provided by the department in the advisory opinion. As I mentioned earlier, the department is the agency charged by the legislature with general supervision over the entire revenue system of the state and with specific responsibility for supervising and advising the county assessors. Here, if following that advisory opinion, there's ample evidence that the primary purpose of Empire's acquisition of the large cat equipment is for sale. Consequently, under the advisory opinion, the large cat equipment, even if occasionally rented, should be considered personal property for sale by a merchant, which is exempt under NRS 361068. Those are my long-winded thoughts on the first question that we need to address. Do other board members have thoughts on that first issue?
Kevin Orrock for the record. And clearly they've demonstrated, the numbers demonstrate that you're in the sales business. You know, United Rental to me it's just the flip side of Empire. So, yeah, I agree with the chair's comments. It should be exempt.
So my question is, you said you can't collect the 2% because your business isn't set up that way. But earlier you said you have two legal entities, one for the rental and one for the, then why did you say earlier that you have two businesses or something?
I think Andy said that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Excuse me, this is Dale Heiser. I don't recall saying that we had two business entities.
Okay.
Although I vaguely remember Andy commenting about that or implying that.
Okay.
We have one business entity.
Okay. The next question, I guess, is, I don't know. I struggle with what you call large equipment. If you can put it on a truck and deliver it tomorrow, I don't think it's large. I mean, large is something that has to be constructed and goes in multiple pieces. I mean, yeah, but I mean, the practicality of it is large things can't be mobilized and rented out tomorrow. Large things take construction periods and multiple pieces, you know, you can put it on a truck and drive it out there. It makes it very, very easy to one day rent it and one day try to sell it. I mean, it's not, you know, easy. Like if you took big, large mining trucks or the D10s from last year, you can't just move those around and plop them here and there and rent them without significant effort. You know, versus the list of large equipment here to me is, you know, put it on a low boy and haul it over here. It's in the dirt and it's rented today. I struggled with this last year. I mean, I did. Because what's too long as a rental, and you know, 4 years seems like forever. To me, that should have been paying tax the whole time if you're going to rent it for 4 years. So, I mean, I struggled with this one last year because of that.
And, you know, I can see both sides of the argument. But what I go back to is the guidance we've received from the Department of Tax. And should the state board be in a position to be adverse to the Department of Tax on this issue? You know, to some extent, it kind of feels like forum shopping. They went to the Department of Tax to ask for a ruling on this issue. They didn't get the ruling they wanted. So then they come to us to ask, the Department of Tax was wrong. State board, you rule against them. And I don't think we should be encouraging that type of activity. The Department of Tax issues a ruling. The remedy for them, if they don't like it, is to go back to the Department of Tax, appeal it to the Tax Commission. Tell the Tax Commission, this has created a problem administratively. You know, they've set up this thing and it makes no sense. The Tax Commission could then issue, could reverse the advisory opinions. The Tax Commission could issue a regulation, but I don't think it's appropriate for the assessors to go ask the department for a ruling on the issue. And when they don't like it, come ask us to rule differently.
I believe the assessors went back to the Department of Taxation and just asked for clarification, which this new advisory opinion gave
Which-
them.
Which we'll get to. But
Okay.
that's the second question, because the second advisory opinion only takes effect if you're dealing with exempt property. Because it's coming under 361-159, which addresses a possessory interest in exempt property. And so if we hold that this is not exempt, we don't even have to address the second issue. The first question is it exempt under NRS 361-068? And if it is, then we go to the second question, which is
Whether or not it's leased.
which is what that second advisory opinion addressed.
So then I guess my question on the first part is, you mentioned if it's occasionally leased. And in the hearing last year, they said everything was sold within 1 to 2 years. Now we're hearing 4 to 5 years. That is not occasionally leased in my mind. That is the rental business. And I don't know how difficult it is to change your business model or add a new NAICS code so you can get the 2% recovery fee. But it seems to me if you're renting a piece of equipment for 4 or 5 years, you are in the rental business.
Kevin Orrock, I have a question. That statute that you just read, does that have to do with what business they're perceived to be in? Whether they're in the sales business or the rental business?
The first statute, the exemption statute, 361-068, exempts certain personal property. And it exempts personal property held by a merchant. And so the Department of Tax has issued an advisory opinion saying if the primary purpose for your acquisition of that personal property is for sale, it's treated as merchant held by, as personal property held by a merchant, which is exempt. If your primary purpose in acquiring the equipment is rental, then it's not exempt. And I think last year, what we looked at was the distinction between rental companies who derive the majority of their income, 80% or more, from rental activity, versus Empire, which is primarily engaged in the sale of Caterpillar equipment. And its rental activity is less than 15%. That's what we looked at. And you know, I think, you know, which I think was consistent with the advisory opinion issued by the Department of Tax. If we determine, if we determine that it is exempt as property held by a merchant, then we look at the second question regarding the applicability of 361-169. So it may go nowhere, but I will make a motion to treat the big cat equipment that's listed on the schedule, which is on page 7 of the brief. It's in the record at page 157. I'll make a motion to treat the big cat equipment as exempt property held by a merchant. Is there a second?
Kevin Orrock, I'll second that.
Discussion? Okay, are we gonna vote? This is just the first motion. Then we get to the second advisory opinion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Nay.
The motion does not pass.
Corey Burke for the record. I would be willing to make a motion that Empire's primary business is the sales business and not the rental business. I would agree to that. I don't know if that helps get us to discussing the second advisory opinion.
The second advisory opinion only applies if the property is exempt.
So if we determine that their primary business is the sales business, then their inventory should be considered exempt, right?
Which
It's just not specifically saying that large cat equipment is exempt. That's where I'm struggling. But if their primary business is sales, then we assume that their inventory is held for sale, which would make it exempt. And then we move on to the next advisory opinion. Does that make sense?
This is Curtis Cadwell for the record. I guess one thing that still, their primary business is selling new cat equipment. As soon as it gets rented once and it's sold as used, they're competing with me. I sell used cat equipment all the time at the mine. You're competing with HE equipment. You're competing with everybody else. So you're no longer, your exclusivity's gone away. So as soon as you turn it into a rental piece of equipment, it's the exclusivity that you have is the new stuff. And after that, you turned it into a rental. You rented it for a day. And then now you're going to sell it again. Now it's just used equipment being sold. I mean, there's no, I don't know if that even matters. I mean, I struggle with it staying on rent forever and not being taxed.
Okay.
Just can't get past that.
may I ask, is anything, Mr. Sousa, is there any way for you to determine in short order how long these items that are identified as big cat equipment have been in the rental fleet?
There is, we know what goes in and when it goes in, and then we know when it comes out. And we can track what I'll call heavy cat by that. And the testimony last year was the same, which is we sell some within 2 years and a lot within 4 and all by 5 for the heavy cat. So that hasn't changed. And so we certainly can identify what that is. But you heard testimony today, sir, that of all the heavy cat that's sold, about 10% of it came out of the rental fleet. And of all the cat that gets sold, only 3%, 3.4% is heavy cat. So that's the facts.
I think it's I think the Department of Taxes has made this a difficult issue. What the Department of Tax, the standard they've identified in their advisory opinion is not how long things are in the rental fleet, but the primary purpose, what's the primary purpose in acquisition of the equipment? What's the taxpayer's primary purpose for holding the personal property? But, you know,
Are you required to buy, how do you decide what to buy? Curtis Cadwell for the record.
Yeah.
For equipment to resell, is there minimums? Do you have to take it because you're the cat dealer and they require you to take a certain amount of machines? And then you just so happen to have all these machines and it's like, well, maybe we should rent these because we're not making any money just having them sitting around here.
Yeah,
Is there minimums? Is there anything like that?
No, we're not compelled from Caterpillar to take, so many of Model X and so many of Model Y. The way they end up in the rental fleet is more that, we'll buy them to bring them in. And, in some cases, we've got a committed sale for them before we bring them in. Sometimes we don't. And if the machine is in the yard and it sits for a while, that's kind of, then we ask the question, should we be renting this and holding it longer? Sometimes we don't. We've got, new inventory machines in Arizona that have been around, probably some that are more than a year old that are still new inventory.
Thank you.
okay. Um, I'd renew my motion, but I think it would hit the same wall. And if that's the case, then we do not have a majority on would you care to make a motion that's different? And because if not, when you have tie 2-2, it is essentially does not reverse the county board decision. The county board decision stands, and it would be that decision that would then be appealable to court.
I'm good.
Mr. Chair, that's how I understand the rules as well.
Yeah, and so I don't see a need for us to address the second issue because we didn't address the first issue. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, let's go to the second account.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I put report on these.
Okay, let's take a
This might be a good time to take
10-minute break.
yes, thank you. Go back on back.
This is
Again,
the
Adrian
court, this is the court reporter. I'm ready.
Thank you. Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. State Board Case Number 26-112 relates to personal property, Empire Southwest LLC, located at 5190 Idaho Street, Elko, Nevada, Elko County, account number BU 002495. Senior Vice President Richard Cunningham filed this petition on the Elko County Board of Equalization Act for tax years 2025 to 2026 on the unsecured roll. Mr. Cunningham is being represented by his authorized agent, James. Yes.
The next account number in the existing case that we have.
Same case?
Yeah, same case, different account number. So we're still on case 26-111. And now we're dealing with account number EQ 001042. Mr. Sousa, would you like to present your argument or identify the issues for us?
All right, so not really, but here we go. So this case involves then do we have the opportunity to contest the value of the property when we're actually seeking an exemption based on the citation of NRS 361, 360, paragraph 4, I believe is the issue that you wanted to address. Is that accurate? Because we've already looked at the exemption issue, so we're not doing that anymore. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Well, in this account number, there is the issue with the big cat equipment,
Right,
which we've ruled on or
failed to rule on.
failed to rule on in the prior account. But it's my understanding there's also an issue of there might be other equipment on the list that,
Oh, okay,
because it was
sure.
estimated, and there's a question about, well, if the assessor makes an estimated assessment, can the board even have jurisdiction to change it at this point?
Okay, then I understand what you're asking about. So in our briefing, we addressed the statutory requirements that both the county board and state board cannot reduce an assessed value. And the language is if the taxpayer has refused or has neglected to provide a list to the county assessor of its equipment. And we both provided a list. We signed the list under oath. We signed it and submitted it timely. And we took the assessor's information and following the actual list, deleted the things that we didn't think were applicable and included spreadsheets showing what we did think was applicable. And because the Allied and Caterpillar equipment we consider to be inventory, and the list specifically says do not include inventory, those were not included in the items that we submitted. And so we think that the board does have jurisdiction to reduce the value if it felt that it was appropriate. The second point that you raised was with respect to what was actually on the assessor's list and what we have done since then. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Heising some questions about that to get that onto the record.
Mhm.
So Mr. Heising, this is now on Humboldt County account number 1042. And when you received the billing for that account, there was a list provided. And my understanding, there were 272 separate line items listed by the assessor. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And did you review that list and determine the validity of those 272 items?
yeah, initially I spot checked it and noticed the majority of the items that I looked at were not in the yard in Humboldt County. Some of them had been sold, some of them were on rent in other counties, some of them were in yards in other counties.
Okay,
But subsequently I went back and did a full reconciliation of the county, the list the assessor provided, and also identified that I think about almost 90% of the stuff on the list should not have been. But I also identified that there was stuff that was in the yard that should be added.
okay,
And I've shared that information with the county.
okay. And in sharing that information with the county has produced something which it calls Exhibit C, which is found on State Board of Equalization, page number 180, where it now lists a substantially fewer number of items. And the assessed value is $1,972,736. Have you had a chance to look over that list?
Yeah, that list is accurate. You know, apart from the issue about it including a handful of heavy cat machines, which, you know, is one of the things we were talking about on the other account, but the rest of the list is fine.
Okay. And the original list is on State Board of Equalization, page 20, and that has an assessed value of $2,632,477, and that was based on the 272 lines. Is that accurate? Yes.
I think so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if the assessor is telling us that this is now a new valuation notice and we should, you know, get a refund of all the taxes we paid on the larger valuation notice?
I've asked that question in an email, haven't received a response yet, but in fairness, that was just in the last day or so.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to ask any questions about the heavy Caterpillar equipment. I guess actually I should. On the 1042 listing, is there heavy Caterpillar equipment on it?
Yes,
And that heavy Caterpillar equipment is identified then on SBE page 184. And that is lines 143 through 146, 4 items. Is that accurate?
4 items, and that sounds correct.
Okay. And so those four items have an assessed value of 644,279,
That's correct.
and all those are the heavy Caterpillar stuff,
Yes,
and it's in the rental fleet?
yes.
Okay. And so consistent with our prior argument, we would assert that the 644,279 should be subtracted from the 1042 account numbers assessed value, which we believe should be the page 180, 1,972,736, not the page 20, 2,632,477. That's all we have.
And on what page is the that number you believe to be the current one?
Sure. In the SBOE case number on page 180,
Uh-huh.
SBOE, yeah, page 180,
Okay,
shows an assessed value 1,972,736.
yes,
This was the assessor's work paper.
yes. Mr. Heiser?
Andy Heiser, Humboldt County Assessor. So, when I first wrote the brief, I kind of thought we'd do both these together. So for me, it's screwing my head up. But anyway, yes, one of my first bullet points of this brief was that I felt the State Board of Equalization, per NRS 361, 360, sub 4, sub A, that the SBE may not reduce the assessment of the county assessor if the taxpayer is neglected to include in their list requiring the taxpayer pursuant to 361, 265. There's kind of two. It's, do they provide a list, and then do they neglect things from their list? And I felt that they did provide a list. It was timely filed for both accounts. The EQ 1042 was filed in July, and it was originally filed with 33 assets on it. Shortly after that, email correspondence from Empire's office was that they thought 5 more items should be removed as they were real property. We looked at that and said, sure, we'll take those off. So we had 28 items originally filed on EQ 1042. Before the County Board of Equalization, I did receive some additional assets. So in the County Board of Equalization brief, they had mentioned that they had filed category, I believe it's category 3 equipment, which is allied. And so when I received that brief, I had 28 units of FF&E claimed in July with no allied equipment or no Caterpillar equipment, light or small Caterpillar equipment. So I reached out and said, hey, you said you reported this, but you didn't. And those were sent. And then it was a back and forth. And so finally, March 15th was when I received this list that's deemed Exhibit C for you guys, which has additional FF&E and attachments that were being requested between January and March. So we received the 28 units. What we've received since then was 48 units of non-reported FF&E, 88 units of non-reported attachments, 36 units of allied, 18 units of light cat, and 4 units of heavy cat. So originally, when you take that 1.972 or 1,972,736, they reported 13% of it in July. And so I think that's a neglect. And I think the State Board of Equalization needs to obligate Empire to fulfill their duties as a corporation of the state by not reducing it to kind of hold their feet to reporting properly going forward. Do I think Exhibit C is a complete list? I think it's pretty close. I'm not going to argue that. I can't say up here and say there's a bunch more left that they haven't reported. I think it's pretty close. But the interesting thing is both equipment, and I know we're not talking about this anymore, but of both accounts, heavy equipment is 6% of the total asset count, but it's 46% of the total value. So these heavy equipment, not a lot, but it is a substantial amount of value. The only other thing I'd like to add is in the
County Board of Equalization 2025 case packet that was submitted for the county board hearing last year. On page. Well, in this year's brief to the state board on page, it's 153 of the state board record. They're saying Allied Equipment was, Allied and Caterpillar was up for exemption argument. And I disagree with that. In the County Board of Equalization in 2025, they specifically said in 3 spots that Allied had been reported to the county and that it's a rental asset and that it's not up for exemption. So I think there's a little discrepancy in the argument. So I'll keep it short. That's my stance on it. And so my understanding is that Exhibit C is now an accurate list of, or as accurate as you think we can get right now, of the personal property. Andy Heiser, for the record, yes. And there are no estimated items on there. You've got values for every item. All those items came from a spreadsheet that Mr. Heising sent to me with the acquisition values and dates. And Mr. Sousa, the only issue regarding Exhibit C are those large cat equipment. I believe you said there were 4.
Correct, 4 lines.
Okay. So that's the only, so
Do I get a reply?
would you like one?
I would. So the statute talks about taxpayer has refused or without good cause has neglected to provide the list to the county assessor. In July of 2025, we were taking the position in the State Board of Equalization that all the Allied and CAT equipment was exempt inventory. The list says do not include any inventory when you do your declaration. So you can argue that we disagree. We think it may have been, taxable equipment, but we were taking a position it was exempt because that was the position that was taken. It was only before the state board ruling and a change in lawyers that the Allied equipment was conceded as not being exempt because we're not the exclusive authorized dealer for Allied equipment, only for CAT. And so we filled out the July 2025 declarations accurately and on time and signed under oath. And then as the case has evolved through the administrative proceeding, have updated that to the point now where I'm hoping the assessor will agree. We have a very good flow of information back and forth to a very good list of items back and forth. And the only thing that's really being contested now is we think the heavy cat should be taken off. And again, we consider that to be exempt items. And so we never declared it anyway.
Thank you. Mr. Heiser, did you have another comment? Andy Heiser, for the record. So if you turn to page 38, PDF page 38, this was a brief filed February 10th, 2025 to the County Board of Equalization where it states Allied or non-CAT equipment is purchased for the purchase of renting and is generally not available for sale. They list a couple exhibits with affidavits. They said there's no dispute with the county over the tax treatment of the category of equipment, this rental equipment. This is rental equipment and should be taxed as such. That was my recollection of the argument as well. Never been an argument on that, but they're saying they didn't file these in July because of the litigation for the state board in October of 2025, which is after this. So they're already deeming these equipment. And then on top of that, they changed their business model for the small cat. So if they changed it in July and they knew that, then they should have filed that. They should have declared those. Thank you. So the first question as a board that we need to address is whether or not this idea that they refused or neglected prevents us now from changing an estimated assessment. And I think in this situation, I don't think this is the type of situation that statute was intended to cover. It's talking about refusal or neglect to file the personal property declaration. In this case, the personal property declarations were filed, and there has been an ongoing dialogue between the assessor and Empire over what should or should not be included on that declaration. And that dialogue has spilled over into two property tax appeals now over whether or not certain equipment should be included in it or certain equipment shouldn't be included in it. So I don't think this is the type of situation that bars us now from addressing the valuation. In my opinion, I commend you for working with each other to come out with a list that you now say, this is a good list to base the tax on. And we have a quantifiable issue, which we can vote on of whether or not big cat equipment should be included. So if I would, so I think we can move past the refused or neglected issue and address the main one on board. If people agree, what statute is that says we're potentially barred?
361, 360, 4A now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
make a-
didn't hear that, and I'm not sure who's talking.
Get your name for the record.
I'll make this is Paul Bancroft. I'll make a motion to that the state board does have jurisdiction to consider the valuation of the property in this case, that we are not barred from consideration of it by NRS 361-360 subsection 4. Is there a second?
Kevin Orrock, I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? None. Okay, second issue, if it's amenable, I'll just incorporate by reference the discussion we had in earlier in this hearing of this case regarding the exemption under NRS 361068, and will make a motion to treat the 4 items of big cat equipment that are listed on Exhibit C as exempt property held by a merchant, which is exempt under NRS 361068. Is there a second?
Kevin Orrock, I'll second.
Any discussion?
Do we know if those 4 items have ever been leased?
Yeah, answered. They're in the rental fleet and they have been leased.
No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion does not pass. So that concludes this case.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now you can call it.
Now we're ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right. Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. State Board case number 26-112 relates to personal property, Empire Southwest LLC, located at 5190 Idaho Street, Elko, Nevada, Elko County, account number BU 002495. Senior Vice President Richard Cunningham filed a petition on the Elko County Board of Equalization Action for tax years 2025 to 2026. On the unsecured roll, Mr. Cunningham is being represented by his authorized agent, James M. Sousa Esquire. Pursuant to NRS 361.360 subsection 2, all such appeals must be presented upon the same facts and evidence as were submitted to the County Board of Equalization in this instance, unless there is discovered new evidence pertaining to the matter which could not, by due diligence, have been discovered before the final adjournment of the County Board of Equalization. The new evidence must be submitted in writing to the State Board and certified on the county assessor not less than 7 days before the hearing. The Elko County Assessor submitted new evidence on May 25th for the State Board's consideration. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Mr. Sousa, you submitted two exhibits, email from Empire to the assessor and an email from the assessor to Empire. And it's my understanding that the assessors added advisory opinion 26-003, as well as the letter requesting the advisory opinion. I think the advisory opinion is not technically new evidence, but it's authority that we could look at anyways. But the letter requesting it would be new evidence. Is there objection from either party to admitting the new evidence that's been offered?
You're on.
Thank you.
Can you please put your microphone in front of you? Thank you.
No.
Make a motion to accept the additional evidence.
Second.
All in favor of accepting the new evidence, say aye.
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 Okay. Mr. Souza,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. To expedite things and not to belabor the point, Mr. Heising, do you incorporate all of your testimony in case number 26111 into this case?
Yes.
There are some specific things I want to ask you about this case then. Empire filed an opening brief dated May 1, 2026 in the State Board. Did you read the brief and do you testify as the statements made regarding Empire's information contained therein?
Yes to both.
Empire filed a reply brief dated May 28, 2026 in the State Board. Did you read the brief and do you testify as the statements made regarding Empire's information contained therein?
Yes, they're both fine.
When Empire filed its declaration for account number 2495 in July 2025, did you admit from your declaration the Allied and Caterpillar equipment items that were in the yard on July 1, 2025?
Yes,
Why?
because the taxability of those items was still in question when we were treating those inventory.
What information did you actually submit with your declaration on account number 2495?
The furniture, fixtures, and equipment that, as per our acquisition records for the equipment we bought from Cashman Equipment, the previous dealer, as well as fixed asset, FF&E assets that we had subsequently acquired.
In Cole County, do you maintain multiple personal property account numbers?
Yes,
And is the account 2495 for the in the yard assets on July 1, 2025?
yeah, it's for the store, so it includes the FF&E plus the yard.
Okay, and you have other licenses that are for the items that are on rent?
Yeah, there may be more, but there's at least 8 for different areas within the county.
And why do you use 8?
I believe there's differences in tax rates between those.
Okay, and so on July 1, 2025, you identified what equipment was on rent, where it was located, and then put it on one of those 8 licenses?
Correct.
Okay. As a result of omitting items on the declaration on 2495, did the assessor value those items and then bill you for what it estimated were those items?
The bill from the county includes estimates for some items that look like rental fleet inventory. There's also estimates for furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we did not report.
Okay. And at the county board hearing, did you request that the assessor provide you with a spreadsheet of the items for account 2495 so you could ascertain what items were not even in Elko County on the valuation date?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
The request, as far as the estimates that were included on the assessment, I don't have a specific detail. I haven't received a response from the assessor on that to specify to provide more detail on what those estimates were for.
Well, let's go slow.
Sure.
So the assessor's valuation on account number 2495 contained multiple line items of items as well as estimates. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And that's contained in the record, and you have the page open, I think.
yes.
And what page number might that be?
I'm sorry, I don't have,
All right.
I've got the line item numbers on the property card.
Yeah. And there's so much record in here. I believe it's page 438 that has the information. And I'm sorry, 429 is the line item in your record. So there's 4 volumes of record for this case. And I just want to make sure that we're in the right place here. It's going to take me a second to get going here. Sorry about that. Let me ask a question while this is loading. When you looked at the estimated numbers, did you identify 3 categories of items that were, I believe, allied, and then one was cat, and there was another one?
Yeah, there was a $3 million estimate for allied rental equipment value from the State Board of Equalization testimony. There was a $936,000 estimate for cat rental equipment and an $800,000 estimate for generators.
Okay. And then there were 13 other lines of estimates. And what did your research in reconciling the accounts find in those other 13 lines?
I wasn't able to come back to, how that number was arrived at. And there's items like, for example, there's a estimate for a wastewater treatment plant for $200,000 acquired in 2025. And I have no idea what that is.
Okay. So on the remaining items, trying to find the page here, 429. But I'm almost there, I swear. There it is. So this is again account number 2495, and it's SBOE record, and it's page 429, lines number 71 through 86 are just estimates that the assessor put in for value on this particular record.
That's correct.
Okay. And you've identified 3 of those lines as having been allied and cat and generators. And what do you think about those?
Well, the allied and the cat equipment, we've reported each individual item. And those are incorporated. What we reported is incorporated in the list, in addition to the figure for the estimate. The generators, I'm not as sure what that is.
Okay. And so the bill that you received on that particular account includes all those items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it's about $9.5 million in estimated taxable value on all those items?
Yes.
Okay. So we'd make the same arguments on the heavy cat equipment. None of it appears on account number 2495, so that's kind of easy. But much of it appears on the other rental accounts, and we've identified those specific line items in our briefing along with the amounts.
Yeah. To clarify, Jim, the $9.5 million is the acquisition cost for those 13 or those estimates.
Right. But the assessor didn't take any depreciation, so that's the same as the taxable value. And then the assessed value is 35% of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I correct in what you just said? There's no large cat equipment in account number 2495?
Correct.
Good.
So 272 lines, and it is just And we couldn't find any large. They put a line item in for, they said Caterpillar equipment, and that's line 73 on page SBE page 429. But that's only $936,000, which is not any heavy Caterpillar equipment. So I know this is getting circular, but let me be brief. The things that they put in, the estimates are $9.5 million of the total in acquisition cost. And much of what they put in was already captured either on something that's already out on rent, which in case it was reported on one of the other license numbers, or is captured in some of the other lines that are already in here. So when we went through it, we said all that should be taken out as estimates because it's already captured in here or it's already on rent. And so at a minimum, without even the large cat argument, because there's none in this account, that should be reduced. And then in the other accounts, the ones that were on rent, we pointed out there were some large cat items in there, and that shows up in our briefing. It's not much, but it's some. I think that's all we have, and we're going to incorporate the testimony we made before about the purchase of Caterpillar equipment, the placing of it in rental pools, and everything else from the prior case.
Who do we have speaking on behalf of the county?
Before we get there, I made a mistake and I apologize. Mr. Heising reminds me that not included in any of the assessor's workload is the power systems equipment. Is that right? Okay. And that was 859,000. No, that was $5.39 million in acquisition cost. And then the attachments that go to some of the items, which are 859,000. So none of the billings that we've received so far include those amounts, and the assessor needs to add those amounts and bill us for the additional amounts.
And those would be in account 2495.
Yeah, those are going to be in 2495.
So if my understanding is correct, you've got 4 accounts that there is no change. Accounts 00004, account 240311, account 058653, and account 058638. No change. Those have been assessed.
I think I'm reading you correctly. If that's footnote number 1 in our brief, which is found on SBE page, not in there. Yes, 38. So those should be the accounts with no change at all.
And then there are 4 accounts that are property out on rental that include large cat equipment that you believe should be reduced.
And those are accounts 05, 083, 56020, and 220055. And that's found on page 4 of our brief with the amounts.
And the only issue for those accounts is this big cat equipment issue.
Correct.
And then you have account 2495, which includes all your yard equipment and all the buildings, contents. And that's the one where it sounds like there are still issues about, have they captured everything? Or do things need to still be adjusted?
I believe that's a correct summation.
Okay. Who's presenting on behalf of Elko County?
Good afternoon. My name is Gillian Jones. I'm Deputy District Attorney with the Elko County District Attorney's Office. And I appreciate you allowing me to get out of my county. So I'm probably having more fun, but I hope that I can keep up with y'all on all of this. I did go to law school not to do that, so.
Can you please put the microphone closer to you?
I definitely can. So there is the 2 issues that we discussed in our brief that I feel is that issue today. One is the compliance with reporting all the personal property as required under 361 265. And the second issue being whether the large cat rental equipment is exempt under 361.068. I'm going to be questioning Tammy Dickinson from the Elko County Assessor's Office. Could you state your name and your title for the record?
Tammy Craycraft Dickinson. I am a real and personal property appraiser for Elko County.
And did the Elko County Assessor receive a written statement as required by NRS 361-265 subsection 1 on or before July 31st, 2025?
Yes,
Was it timely and on the required form?
yes,
Did you ever receive a request for an extension or any information that caused you to believe that Empire did not intend it for it to be their official declaration?
no,
Did the county assessor believe that it represented all the personal property in Elko County as was required by statute?
no.
Why?
I would refer the board, especially on account BU 002495, I would refer to page 179 through 187. The reporting did not align with active marketing, business expansion, and equipment visible in the aerial pictometry images. And I would refer you also to pages 168 and 176. That is Empire's marketing that's available on their website. So it shows the services they offer. So the declaration had 74 pieces of equipment, totaling in an amount of about 2.7 million. And it just didn't equate with all the services that they offer on a almost 25 acre campus that encompasses 11 buildings.
And is it the assessor's responsibility to get all the personal property that's in Elko County?
Yes, we're required by statute to discover all property and determine its taxability.
Did the assessor estimate value to account 2495?
Yes,
Why?
because we're required to by NRS 361-265.
Okay. Does the CAT fleet estimate include any large heavy equipment?
It does not.
Okay. And were those estimates broken down into specific categories to assist Empire in determining what was missing?
Yes,
And I think that we have those in the records.
we do property record cards. If you want to refer to page 429, board would like to. It's our office practice to apply estimates of value as a lump sum for personal property escaping taxation. But in January, we had a conversation with Empire's accountant who expressed difficulty in trying to figure out what those estimates were for. So we broke them down into general categories that might assist her in identifying what that might be. So it was mostly equipment that we could physically see from the road. We could see it from the air. It was equipment that we knew Empire to have. So we wanted to break it down and make it a little bit easier, just for the equipment that we expected to be there. And then this breakdown was reviewed with Empire in the County Board of Equalization, as well as in an email between the assessor and Dale on April 3rd, 2026.
On February 9th, did you do a site visit to Empire's Elko County campus?
We did.
Did you find any non-exempt personal property that should have been reported on July 31st, 2025?
Yes, we actually found a lot of unreported taxable equipment. I would refer the board to pages, 20 through 167. That's the photos that we took during the site visit. And then I would refer you to pages 489 through 520. Those are the notes that we took of everything we could possibly take in. We had a limited amount of time. And like I said, we covered 25 acres, I think in 2.5 to 3 hour visit. So it's not even comprehensive because we don't have the ability to adequately account for everything we saw in all those buildings.
Was there reason to believe that that all of the equipment that was not on the July 31st list was there on July 1st, 2025?
Yes, we spoke with employees while we were there, and most affirmed that the equipment had been there prior to July 1st, 2025.
Did you receive additional information from Empire after July 31st, 2025?
We did. So the July 3rd, they filed July 28th, but the July 31st filing, the 2025 filing did not include allied equipment, which has always been accepted as taxable, but they had not reported it in July. So in December of 2025, they reported 70 pieces that encompassed allied and light cat equipment. And then they filed again in February 18th, the day before our county board hearing, and that was a list of their power system fleet, which we had called generators in our estimate because we didn't know that they called it power systems fleet. And then it also encompassed the attachments, which does, as Mr. Souza said, it accounts mostly for the estimate of the cat equipment that we made. Oh, and then they filed again April 3rd, 14 pieces of rental equipment.
Was the information was all those additional pieces incorporated into Empire's personal property assessment?
Only the filings through December 15th. So the July and the December filings was incorporated. We billed December 15th, and after that, we did not incorporate it because we received it the day before the county board hearing and it was under appeal.
And the April was also under appeal as we were preparing.
And the April was under appeal because we were under appeal for the state board.
Are you willing to amend the assessment based on these filings once this appeal is over?
Yes.
Empire has stated that the county assessor's request for this information is that when we were asking for all the information in order to see what was there, was frivolous and overreaching. Is that the case?
It's standard accounting practice to ask for the information that we asked for. What we ask for is exactly what the Department of Taxation asks for when they perform audits on accounts like these.
Is Empire's pure was overall 9 accounts, correct?
Correct.
What items is Empire contesting on the offset accounts?
On the
Or the remaining
the
4 now?
remaining 4 accounts, they are disputing 6 pieces of heavy equipment.
And is the assessor's position that those 6 pieces of large equipment are exempt?
No.
Why?
Because they were out on lease July 1st, 2025, as reported to us by Empire. Guidance from the Department of Taxation and statute indicates that if a piece of equipment is out on lease or it has been leased, it no longer qualifies for an inventory exemption. Also, some of those pieces have been out on lease off of the campus for a year or longer.
If Empire believes an exemption exists, what's their obligation to do?
To provide supporting documentation.
Is Empire categorized as a rental company or solely for sales according to NAICS, Nick? Maybe?
Let me get my notes because there's numbers I got to recite here. So Empire operates with multiple NAICS codes. If you refer to their listing in the NAICS Association, which it's my understanding the companies can self-report those NAICS codes. They choose those NAICS codes themselves. One of the NAICS codes they choose is 532412, which is for rental equipment. And then we found that Empire was awarded government contracts using that same NAICS code. And I can refer you page 177, page 633. And then the American Rental Association listed Empire Southwest as a company supporting SB 196 as a rental company that would be eligible for the 2%. So Empire might actually want to explore that. And that's on page 353.
And how does SB 196, now codified starting in 361.02, relate to this case?
It defines heavy equipment held for sale and lease as taxable personal property. Companies with NAICS codes of 532412, like Empire has, are allowed to charge a lessee a 2% recovery fee to offset personal property tax assessed to the equipment, meaning legislatively, heavy equipment held for sale or rent is taxable.
For equipment held for sale and then simultaneously rented, how long has Empire stated that those pieces of equipment are typically rented?
We heard a lot of numbers today. To be rented, they have testified that it can be anywhere from a day to multiple years. And then last year we heard 2 years and then 3 years. And then this year we heard 5 years. And then today we heard 4 years. So it's kind of all over the place. It's hard to keep track of.
Okay. And I would, those numbers are on page 288, 530, the opening brief, and then in the hearing today. Let's see. To wrap up the first issue, based on the testimony that we've heard,
You have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. There was substantial property located during the site visit that was on site at Empire's Elko County campus July 1st, but was not reported and not exempt
and therefore Empire's opinion of value is not correct. And that this board should find that Empire was taxed with the proper value for the 2025-2026 year. Moving towards the interpretation of whether Empire's dual held large equipment qualifies for an exemption under NRS 361068. When a dealer acquires and holds equipment that is regularly and systematically rented or leased to third parties for profit, the equipment is not personal property held for sale by a merchant under 361068, subsection 1A. It is inventory for a rental business. We've heard testimony that Empire is classified as a rental business, and that 361068 exemption therefore does not apply, or it applies to only to the narrow portion that can be proved that it should apply to, as it was not rental. Looking at the two advisory opinions, both of them obviously have the regular disclaimer that they have to be applied to the particular cases. We see in 23005 that it does talk about rental companies. That's what it was for. It was for a rental company. It was not for dealers that are holding inventory. It was for like United. It also dealt with on-site equipment. It did not deal with off-site equipment. It was very specific in that regard. And so while Empire can qualify as a rental, it seems, so that this opinion would be good, it would not apply to any off-site large equipment.
May I interject?
Absolutely.
Tammy Dickinson for the record. I just want to interject on the advisory opinion 23-005, that opinion only applies to equipment that remains on site. It's very specific that the equipment has to remain on site before it's sold. And Empire does maintain general ledgers of inventory that does stay on site. It is not available for rent. They keep it in a separate ledger. And in their other ledgers, this heavy equipment that they are claiming this, that applies to this opinion, they keep it in a rental fleet ledger, and it comes and goes from the campus. It does not remain on site. It comes and goes. Interject that, sorry.
Thank you. And I would also say that the 26003 opinion was specifically tailored to this case. It is not stellar, I believe was the word Mr. Sousa. I agree with that. I do think that there is an argument that an overextended in that case. But I do feel that while it technically taxes the lessee, the user, possessory, or beneficial interest, and assesses that tax to the user, it must be noted that when the owner is the one offering the equipment for rent as part of its regular business operations, the owner is directly profiting from that for-profit use. It's not a passive exempt owner whose property is being used by an unrelated third party. The economic reality is that the owner is operating a rental business. Additionally, 36159 still confirms that for-profit use of otherwise exempt property triggers taxation. The opinion properly recognizes that a merchant cannot simultaneously claim the full inventory exemption, thank you, while actively renting the same property for profit. And finally, even when the narrow reading of 361 to 159, the rented portions remain taxable. The practical effect in most cases is the significant value is brought back into the tax roll. I'll just point to some practical considerations of fairness. Pure rental companies such as United Rentals pay personal property tax on their fleets, allowing equipment dealers to run large rental operations under the guise of inventory held for sale creates an unfair tax advantage. People hate taxes, but they're a necessity, and the state must protect taxation in accordance with that. These rental fleets represent substantial value that would otherwise escape taxation. And the legislature has repeatedly rejected broad exemptions for rental equipment and ultimately settled on SB 196.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. Mr. Sousa, do you want to reply?
First, we'll incorporate all the things we said in reply in case number 26-111, so we don't have to go through that again. The second, I'd like to just address the argument that was made regarding the filing of the declarations and what was in fact declared. Mr. Heising, the people that do the declarations for Empire, they're the same people that did it for Cashman.
Correct.
And did Cashman have a system where it reported all of its equipment that was out in the field on certain license numbers at 100% of its acquisition cost? And then it was billed and taxed on that.
Correct.
And then for the things that were sitting in the yard on the July 1 date, it didn't list the same equipment that was either brand new inventory, it was used inventory, or it was in the rental fleet. And they only reported things like furnitures, fixtures, and equipment.
That's correct.
And was that reporting then based on the books and records that Cashman kept and that were then given to Empire upon the acquisition?
They were we have access to the records, but the filings that Empire did starting with July 2023 for furniture, fixtures, and equipment were based on our acquisition cost from as part of the acquisition of the Cashman business.
Okay. And in this case on SBE page 187 is the declaration that the county alluded to that had $2.7 million worth of acquisition cost. This was submitted on the account 2495. Is this then consistent with the historical practice of reporting for the on-site license?
Yes.
Okay. During the time that this was submitted, were you litigating the propriety of exempt property after an audit had been performed by Elko County?
Yes.
All right. And you were claiming that certain items were inventory at that time?
Correct.
All right. And those were not reported on this list?
Correct.
All right. And since this time, you provided additional documentation to the assessor, and I believe they said that everything submitted through December 15th has been incorporated into their billings, but not anything afterward. You haven't received anything after submitting information on the two items we talked about earlier. It hasn't been updated yet. I think one was the power equipment and one was the accessories.
That's correct.
Okay.
The most recent PRC just includes the original filings plus the stuff through December.
Okay. Those are all things I want to put on for the factual thing. And then just to talk about the statute 361, 360 paragraph 4A talks about a taxpayer has refused or without good cause has neglected to provide the list to the county assessor. It's also followed by B, which says taxpayer has without good cause refused entry to the assessor for the purpose of conducting the physical examination. Two different scenarios. Did Empire allow the assessor to come in and look at the entire facility and take pictures and so forth?
Yes. On
Okay.
February 9th.
Okay. And you submitted your declarations to the assessor in July during the middle of litigation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So it's our argument that we didn't neglect to do something or refuse to do something. We did it based on the information that historically been provided for the on-site account. And therefore, we think the 361, 364A doesn't apply. We already incorporated arguments on the heavy cat equipment. None show up on account 2495. It shows up on the other accounts that we have. And we look forward to the assessor updating their records after December 15th and providing us an update with those items. But we would ask the board to remove the estimates as being doubling and sometimes tripling of
You have
the
1
amounts.
minute remaining.
Thank you. Of the amounts because other items were included in the rental rolls or items were in fact included on the rest of the 2495 declaration. So $9.5 million worth of acquisition cost on those lines is double or triple counting. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I correct that there are the four accounts that I listed earlier, the 04, the 240311, the 058653, and the 058638 have no changes?
Tammy Dickinson for the record, no changes on those.
those were, Empire filed declarations for those. And you issued assessments based on those declarations.
Correct.
There are no and there are now no issues on those accounts.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the assessor's assessments in account numbers 00004, account 240311, account 058653, and account 058638.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of approving the motion, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. In regard to the four other accounts that are for rent, for equipment in the field, those are accounts number 05, 083, 86020, and 220055. As to those accounts, again, Empire filed timely declarations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you base the assessments on those declarations.
Correct.
The declarations include 6 pieces of large equipment, which Empire contends are exempt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that we treat the 6 items of big cat equipment as exempt property held by a merchant which is exempt under 361068. But otherwise approve the assessment as it stands.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that leaves us with the last account. Account number 2495. It's my understanding that the first issue to be addressed is my understanding that assessment was based on an estimate.
It's a mix of their actual reporting and then our estimates of equipment that was not reported that should have been, such as the allied equipment, which they've continuously testified that they should be reporting.
Yes, and you've received updated information from them since then, but have not updated your assessment because of the statute that says you can make an estimate and we don't change it. Is that correct?
No, we didn't correct it because it was pending before the County Board of Equalization and we didn't want to adjust the value.
Okay. And so the question for us is whether under the statute Empire has refused or without good cause neglected to file their declaration and or exclude you from visiting property. This is very similar to the other case. There's been an ongoing dialogue. They did file their initial declaration. There's been an ongoing dialogue. They allowed you to visit the site. You did a site inspection. I think the parties have been working toward, no, this is not time for you to talk. The parties have been working toward coming up with an accurate declaration. And I think our goal here is to get to an accurate number. So I'd support a motion that concludes that they haven't refused or neglected. They've acted in good faith. There's been ongoing dialogue, and we should work toward getting to that final number.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Now, how do we get to that final number? It's my understanding from the testimony today that they've just now provided more numbers to you.
On April 3rd, they supplied a rental fleet list of 14 pieces of equipment, and Dell reported to the assessor that he had a local team trying to sort out the on-site business equipment that's just used in the course of business, and which is the other estimate. So the 3 lines, the allied estimate, the generator estimate, and the CAT estimate, those have been resolved. We've received those lists. We feel we have a fairly accurate rental fleet list from Empire. We don't dispute that. And once the board cases were settled, we are willing to change those. So now we are just waiting on Empire to complete the inventory as they were directed by the Elko County Board of Equalization for the on-site equipment that would account for the stuff that we physically saw that they're not reporting. And in April, he did say he had a team working on it.
And so to resolve these final estimates on the assessment that's before us, you still don't have all the information you need.
We do not.
But I presume you're doing this with the idea of having it completed by the normal reporting schedule at the end of July, so that they can report for the coming year on an accurate basis.
We're very hopeful for them to get that done.
Well, we are going to have another hearing in Northern Nevada at the end of August. Can we continue the resolution of this case concerning account 2495 until that time? At that time, you should have it completed.
We will certainly work towards getting that done, but again, there seems to be a lot of things the assessor is asking for that we're just not going to provide. We'll provide things that are relevant to the actual evaluation. They want all the paperwork on a $500 million acquisition of Cashman. Go pound sand. It has nothing to do with what your job is. So we'll give them things to say, here's a list of all the different things that we have, but we don't keep screwdrivers and shop tools and down to the $40 things. I mean, these are broad categories. The more important thing is there's $9.5 million of stuff that's parked in this assessment now that we pay tax on that we don't think is anywhere close to the right amount of money because we think it's double counting.
And those, you've provided them information regarding that, and they have not updated their listing yet.
Yeah, I think Dale's the one who's been running point on numbers.
Yeah. In the Elko County Board of Equalization, the chairman of that committee kind of posited an idea about rather than us reporting for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, rather than reporting what we acquired from Cashman plus everything we've acquired since, to instead start with what Cashman filed in July 2022, which is just a few months before the acquisition, and make that our baseline to start with, and add then the things that we've acquired since, but start with their number, which is a substantially higher acquisition cost, but it's also got assets that are 10 or 15 years old. So the taxable values are relatively minor. And I'm agreeable to doing that. I've had a similar conversation with Humboldt County, and that's incorporated in Exhibit C that we talked about earlier. It's that concept of swapping out what we paid Cashman for the fixed assets according to the purchase agreement with what Cashman was reporting previously. And we'd be going doing that with Elko too.
Well, I'm not really concerned with how you two work it out, but in my opinion, and I'm just one up here, I would send you back to work this out. And then if there is a concise dispute about some item, we can hear that dispute. Like the large cat equipment.
If I could ask for jurisdictional purposes, can you then continue this matter until the August hearing? And so then we could come back to you and tell you either things are good or things are not good. And if they're not, then we need to have a hearing. And if they are good, then you can issue your decision from there. And then since we didn't prevail, we can decide if we're going to be going to court or not. I just don't want you doing something now while we're still working on numbers. So can you just hold this over until the August and let us try to work it out? And if we can, then we don't have to come back in front of you. Then you issue your decision based on what we did today. And then we can decide if we want to appeal or not. Is that reasonable?
Well, I have to ask the other board members, you know, I've just kind of been talking. How do you all feel about this?
We were going with this.
Yeah, the one thing, you know, we've already made two motions in here dealing with the 8 accounts that are in the field. We could issue a final decision as to those 8 accounts. And just save the one last account for August. That would keep the resolution of the big cat issue, the timeline for it consistent with what Humboldt County's timeline.
It kind of isn't, because on the accounts that you've issued a decision on, there's been no passage of big cat is exempt. And then if you issue a decision that says that, then I have a clock that starts to go to district court on that issue. And we haven't even gotten on this account, because there's no big cat in 2495. What's the right number? And so I'd like to get that as the right number, have the package complete, and then have a decision of, for my client, do we want to go forward or not?
Oh.
They may come back and go, it isn't worth it, let it go, in which case then, so I don't want to make a rush decision before I even have this number. Hence my reasonable approach.
Well, if everybody's on board, I'll make a motion that we continue the hearing in case number 26-112 until our hearings in late August.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. It passes. So back in your court.
Mr. Chair. Could we get this order for 5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Thank you. We're recessed for 5 minutes. Come
We
back
are,
at 4:11.
we are right on.
This is the court reporter. I'm ready.
And we are back on the record with live mics. Now that we're back on the record, this is Adrian Roberts Larson. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is review of the tax rolls for Pershing County. Review evaluation methods used by county assessors. And consideration of possible equalization action for the 2025-26 unsecured tax roll and 26-27 secured tax roll pursuant to NRS 361.395 and NAC 361.659. This item is a continuation from the March 23rd State Board meeting. And as stated during that meeting, this was the first year that the county submitted their tax rolls through Mint. Pershing County's tax roll was not received in time for the March 23rd State Board meeting. The Pershing County Assessor has informed the department that this oversight was resolved a technical issue that has been remediated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lorraine Basso, Serene Pershing County Assessor, and good evening, respected board members.
Would you like to explain the reason for your delayed filing of the tax
Yes.
rolls?
Yes, very much technical issues. I emailed a prior retired staff member. I always go by the reports log that I print off every year. And no excuses that I did email Christina Griffin. And then immediately this nice young lady over here emailed me back and I had some email issues on my end and we finally connected.
And, but it is a statutory timeframe. It should be on your calendar so that it gets filed timely every year.
My communications with Christina were in the timely format. It just didn't, the technical stuff and my not knowing the new employee were a glitch, but I take full responsibility, sir.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments or thoughts on the tax roll? None? Well, then, thank you for coming and we'll look to see you next March with next year's tax roll.
Well, hopefully not. I'm not running again.
Oh,
So, it's been a pleasure and no offense taken. And these ladies have been wonderful to deal with. And so nice to
Okay.
see you as well, Corey. So thank you
Okay.
and best luck to the next assessors.
thank you.
You bet. Good night.
All right, moving on to
Yeah.
agenda item 6. This includes a briefing from the board, the secretary and staff for possible action. We'll discuss the proposed hearing schedules and docket management. So the next state board of equalization meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, July 29th, and if needed, a second day of Thursday, July 30th, 2026. That meeting will be held at the 700 East Warm Springs Road private taxation location in Las Vegas, Nevada, with video conference connectivity to Reno. We have received 14 timely filed direct appeals by the May 15th deadline, 1 direct appeal pertaining to Pike County property, and 13 direct appeals for Washington County.
Thank you. For the agenda at the end of July, it looks like it'll be kind of similar to today's agenda. I think there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, there's like a dozen cases. American Homes has filed about 30 cases, but they will be consolidated for purposes of hearing. So it shouldn't, 30 cases should be dealt with as one. And if you take that into account, then there's a dozen cases to be heard. And there's 4 of them filed by one firm that I question whether they'll even appear. So we could be down to, a very manageable day. And on the 29th, we've tentatively delayed hearing in all the cases that are in litigation until the end of September, which would be again in Las Vegas. And those cases, one would hope that we have some kind of guidance from the appeals. Which ones are those? Yeah.
No. Yeah, there's,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Because we're on the record, if we could tell them the problem is still big or it's fine, it's not.
Yeah, right now pending in the court is the town site case. The what is the other one? The Carmona case. Chada.
Can somebody identify who's speaking?
Sorry, Dana Cook for the record. And the other case is, I can't remember the name.
Eagle Shadow
Eagle
Mountain.
Shadow, that's
And then there's the Esmeralda County case.
Yes, school district.
So Carmona and Esmeralda County will probably be on the August agenda. Because that's the last, that'll be in northern Nevada. So. Yeah. Yeah, Carmona and Esmeralda County in northern Nevada. And then Townsite, Chata, and Eagle Mountain at the end of September in Las Vegas.
Corey Berg for the record. Unfortunately, I have a conflict now that last week of September. So I was hoping we could possibly look at other dates, maybe early October. Or possibly the week before that in September. Or move forward without me, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Um.
If you'd like, Mr. Chair, this is Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. I'm quite sure that
I'm sorry, you need to use the microphone. I can't hear you.
I think my voice is giving out. This is Adrian Roberts Larson. I was going to say that I think my staff, Carrie and Denise, could potentially look at other dates and then try to coordinate that with all the members, if that would work for you. And
Yeah.
if we do want to choose other dates, see what those might be, take it into consideration, maybe the week before, maybe the week after.
Right. Okay, no, that's a good idea.
Okay, we can certainly do that.
So we have a tentative hearing in Las Vegas on July 29th and or 30th. Are those dates still available for everybody? Good. And a hearing in Reno on August 25, 26, or 27. Are those dates still available for everybody? Okay, so the only one we have to consider moving is that September date. Yeah, if you could have
Yes, I'll
Staff look
have
into that.
department staff look at that. Thank you.
and you've indicated that there are 13 direct appeals out of Washoe County. Are those all separate individuals or are they related?
This is Carrie Skelsky for the record. We'll have to review those.
Okay, okay. Okay, anybody have any other questions about the scheduling?
Okay, Adrian Roberts Larson for the record. That will move us on to agenda item 7, and this is for possible action, the review and approval of the March 23rd, 2026 State Board meeting minutes. There.
Have you all reviewed the minutes and do you have any corrections?
No corrections.
No corrections.
Okay,
All right, then, moving on, this is Adrian Roberts Larson to agenda item 8. This would be State Board of the Equalization comments. Chair.
does anyone have any comments? Any thoughts?
Corey Berg for the record. We kind of talked about this a little bit. Off the record, I mentioned to you that I do like the idea of the briefs, and I hope to see that going forward with the pretrial conferences. I think that does help us get to the gist of the cases. And it helps in preparation and also in the petitioner's presentations. So I applaud you on that.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you. Anything else?
Well, this is Adrian Roberts Larson. If we could go back to item 7 for a moment, then meeting minutes. I do believe we need a motion to accept those minutes.
Curtis Cadwell, for the record, I'll make a motion to accept the March 23rd, 2026 State Board meeting minutes.
I'll second. Kevin Orr.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. And if there are no other comments, for agenda item 8, the State Board of Equalization comments, then Chair would move to public comment.
Yes.
All right. Denise, will you ask if we go to public comment, please?
This is Denise Mosley for the record. Persons wishing to provide public comment remotely may access the meeting by using the telephone numbers and meeting ID posted on the agenda. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments based on viewpoint will not be restricted. The chairman may allow additional time to be given to a speaker as time allows at his sole discretion. NRS 241.020 and NRS 241.030. Chairman Bancroft, I don't see anyone in Reno for public comment. Is there anyone via Zoom who would like to make public comment? Chairman Bancroft, there's no one via Zoom.
Great. Then I think we're done.
sir, we
I'll
are.
declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.